Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, I'm back, dude. I have no idea why it took me so long to get going today. But hey, we're here. All right, I got Kerbal loaded up. Let's roll. See if we can get some stuff done. James, how am I feeling? I'm all right, dude. I'm okay. I did nothing since I shut the stream off. I just sat in my backyard and just, yeah, hey, whatever. We're good now. You're going paraseed gazing tonight. Oh, hey, Casper, 33-month resub, and then Waz had a 24 before that. Feel better. That was from the other stream. So, yeah, sorry for the late start today, dudes. I'm just, you know, it took me a second to get going today. It does sound nice, though. I wish I had a backyard. Yeah. Hey, Newell, 21-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice, man. Too many weeds. I get rid of all the damn weeds. I didn't really even take a nap. I just sat there. And because I'm on the South Shore, if they're landing here, I'll show you. Where I am, guys, is on the approach. For not like directly over the approach. It's on approach for 3 different runways at Logan. So you know you're old when. So if you look, right, there's these runways here. That one right there. So, and that one, that's 27 and that's 33, right? And then there's four left and 4 right. So those 4 runways, right, usually get planes flying over here. Like if there's planes coming in, like the planes don't usually fly over, unless they're going into 4, they fly over Providence, right? But if they're going into those runways that face west, they fly out here. And they fly over my house, right? And then they go out over the bay and they circle in, right? So I guess the active must be that way, because I watched a bunch of planes go over and track them on ADSB because I'm a loser. That's just did that until I was awake. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna pretend like that's normal. I'm not gonna pretend for a second like that is normal. That's not normal behavior. But it worked, so, you know, we're good. Having a backyard is nice, but the maintenance is a killer. Dude, oh, it never ends. Casper, I have to take the weekends off. That's the only time when Bree and I can keep up with the damn yard. It's the most boomer stuff ever, but it's true. You have to, dude, you need a whole day. You need a whole day to clean my yard. It's It's 1 acre. I don't know if you guys do property in acres over there. I don't think you do. We're becoming old geezers. Oh, Casper, it's the freaking worst, man. You know what I did the other day? I was walking up here last week. I was walking up to my shop because my garage is in my backyard, right? My office. It's a separate metal building, right? It looks like a hangar, which is pretty sweet. And I was walking up on my grass, and we've had a little mini drought here, right? Yeah, we had a little mini drought, so the grass is dying. And I'm like, we could really use the rain here, boy. Soon EJ will turn into a NIMBY. See, that's the thing, Hell Hydra. I don't think I ever would, because if I could have my backyard... If I could have my backyard have like a high-speed rail line next to a drag strip, next to a runway, next to a rocket launch pad, I'd probably be okay with that. I'd be like, the house is rumbling, must be another rocket launching. I'd be cool with that. Yeah, I'd be cool with it. Well, look at Mr. Body Bags over here. It takes a whole day, dude. You perpetuated this, Shaw. I don't know why you're complaining. You helped buy into that. The Yimby, yes, in my backyard. Can I have like a drag strip in my backyard? Like, you could... I'll just make a big concrete slab in my backyard. People just come do burnouts. I'm okay with that. Like, didn't you say you'd be back at 4? Yeah, I thought that's how much time it would have taken for me to wake up, but I'm good. I'm good, dude. You seem more like a Endink. Endink? I'll ship my car out, burn out at EJ's confirmed. Yes. Actually, guys, you know what I was doing? You know what I did to unwind on my Sunday night? I found Modern Marvels on YouTube. Modern Marvels is all over YouTube, right? And he like, I think it's on. I'm pretty sure it was on their official channel, right? So I was reading about a pretty awesome piece of infrastructure near me, the Cape Cod Canal. That's the widest canal in the Northern Hemisphere. No, in North America, not the Northern Hemisphere. Excuse me. That's the widest. It's a two-way. It's a two-way canal. It's a canal that supports two-way traffic, which is pretty poggies. Think dual income, no kids. That's I mean, we are on paper, yeah, but that's not gonna stay like that. You read on YouTube? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, there's not text on YouTube public. Hey, do me a favor and shut your mouth. Still not big enough to fit your mom. Are you serious? If you knew my mom, you probably wouldn't have said that, because she probably would have hit you by now. I was reading about this, so fished there many times, the jeans. Dude, this thing is super freaking cool, actually. It doesn't look like much, right? But believe it or not, the canal was privately funded. It was a private endeavor. Can you imagine that nowadays? A private piece of infrastructure like that? That's kind of a wild idea in today's world, don't you think? That's weird. Like a private highway or a private canal. That's bizarre, right? Yeah, right, Chief? He would, right? Is there a toll gate on the canal? No, it's actually the interesting thing. Okay, so here's the interesting thing here. I was watching this Modern Marvels, right? So over here in Massachusetts Bay, right? The tide has a delta of 9 feet or about 3 meters, okay? Over here in Buzzards Bay, right, the tide has a delta of 6 feet or about 3 meters. So you got a 3-foot difference or about a meter difference between high tide and low tide here, right? So the canal, right, it needed to be two-way because it needs to support two-way traffic, because anybody that lives up here, or even I would go so far as to say if anybody's over here or over here, you know the North Atlantic sucks. This body of water is angy. It's angy all the time, right? So the canal supports two-way traffic, right? But there's a double-edged sword to that. The reason why the canal is so freaking wide, dude, it's about 150 meters wide. We're talking almost 500 feet here. It is a gigantic honking canal. It's one of the widest in the world. No locks are needed despite the change in sea level and tides. The reason why it's wide was because of that tide differential. Because if you have a narrower canal, you're going to get an increased current. Some boats couldn't take the current and they would just run aground in the canal, right? It's interesting because it was a privately funded canal, right? And it was a one-way, and ships kept running aground because it was so narrow. And the guy who funded it eventually went bankrupt because ships kept crashing inside of his canal, right? And then in 1928, he sold it to the U.S. government, right? And then the Army Corps of Engineers came in and consulted with all the fishermen. They said, we need a wider canal. And then they went to MIT and they had MIT build a scale model of this to test flow rates, simulated flow rate of current and what the current delta would be throughout the day. 5 knots east, 5 knots west, 2 knots east, 2 knots west, right? It's super freaking cool. Like, I didn't realize that much went into building this stupid thing. It's like maybe like 2 miles. I think it's 1.7 miles. It's not that long of a canal, but it's a crazy piece of infrastructure. Yeah, dude, they had... So, Shaw, you can see it. It's on the Modern Marvels YouTube channel, right? It's about halfway through. They built, like, a 1/10 scale model at MIT to test flow rates in tide flow and stuff, which is super freaking cool, dude. There are no locks, Mayor. Their solution here was to not have locks and widen the canal, so the current speed would be under, like, dead slow for most ships. So most ships can just make it up this canal. It's a super, super cool piece of infrastructure. I mean, dude, I was down here the other day, and I was Bruno and I went on a road trip, and we took Titan for a walk up this walking path right here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I did it near the damn train bridge. It's me. It's me. I mean, obviously, right? So, this is a train lift bridge, and that center span is, what is it? It's, I don't know, it's something crazy, but this is a lift bridge, and it was the longest lift bridge in the world for a long time. Guys, 500 meter canal, or 500 foot canal, 150 meter. Walking, ew, yeah, I know, right? I mean, obviously it's near the train track, so, right, we took Titan for a walk, right? And I was wondering, I'm like, you know, this is a wide freaking canal. What the heck did it take to make this damn thing? And it took a lot of work. That is no joke. That's a hell of a piece of engineering, and it's like right near my house. Is this Duluth? No, Core. This is the Cape Cod Canal in Massachusetts. I don't live far from this thing. I mean, if you guys ever have the pleasure of going to Cape Cod, it's really fun to go there in the summer. There's a lot of cool stuff to do. But you ever have the pleasure to see it, it's big. It's a big canal. You wouldn't expect this crazy piece of infrastructure here. But, yeah, beast mode. Also, there's a Space Force base right next to it. Space Force. All right. Guardians. After playing Workers, I can't look at infrastructure without thinking the sheer work that went into it. Red Fox, I'm the same way. It means cities gave me a great deal of respect for infrastructure. Workers just blows my mind. I'm like, how did we make this? Like, don't get me wrong, I know how we made it. Just a lot of dredging and a lot of time, right? But like, even a highway, dude, amount of effort that it takes to make that stupid thing, it's ridiculous. It blows my mind to this day. Like, Don't get me wrong, I know it's just a highway. You drive down the road, it's like, okay, EJ, it's a highway. Shut the hell up. But dude, it took a lot of time, a lot of engineering to get that right. Any place that has a place called Sandwich must be okay. Sandwich is pretty cool. I have cousins that live in Sandwich. Sandwich is pretty cool. Yes, there are sandwiches there. What do you think there wouldn't be? There's a great sandwich shop in Sandwich. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's a state park on it, Adrian's. Yeah, the Scusset River Inlet and Scusset Beach. Yeah, absolutely, man. They should rename it to Grinda. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, also in that Modern Marvels episode, everyone has a South Shore accent. Everyone. He's like, there was a guy they were talking to they were talking to a guy that maintains the bridge. He goes, yeah, we have 4 motors, 2 on each tower. The ones on the north tower are named A and B, and guess what? The other ones on the south tower, C and D. I know. Yeah, these motors make 200 horsepower, and they have cooling fans to make sure that they stay cool when they lift this freaking gigantic bridge up. I am not paraphrasing. That is not an exaggeration. The guy sounds exactly like that. It's really fun. Like, yes. Yes, my people. Pretty rad. So the USAF is scrambling to get Lockheed Martin to restart the line that makes C-5 parts because they're having trouble finding them to keep those planes in the sky. No comment. No comment. I'm not saying nothing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not saying nothing. You know what I'm gonna say. I ain't saying nothing. Yeah, guys, they haven't made a C5 in like 50 years. Yeah, true that. They've just been upgrading. Just upgrading. Just upgrade it. Just upgrade it, bro. What is this, goalie? Pram 2 will become the first human spaceflight mission to fly over and explore the Earth's polar regions from orbit. I'm sorry? Prem 2 will be commanded by Chun Wang, an entrepreneur and adventurer from Malta. Malta. All right. Right on. Wang aims to use the mission to highlight the crew's exploration spirit, bringing a sense of wonder and curiosity to the larger public, and highlight how technology can help push the boundaries of exploration through the mission's research. Malta. All right. Okay. 425 to 450 over the polar regions. The crew will study green fragments and mauve ribbons. Continuous emissions comparable with the phenomenon known as Steve. Strong thermal emission velocity enhancement. Are you sure it's not Alan? Alan! Can crew handle a polar launch from here? Yeah, sure. I guess so. I mean, goalie, where else would it be? Where else would they be launching out of? I'm telling you, I've always said that Vandenberg could support that type of infrastructure if they had a crew access tower. I don't see any crew access tower at Vandenberg. However, Slick 6 has a fixed service structure. Just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there, dude. Vandenberg crew access arm is there. It's just invisible, and it's also make-believe. Would that be a high G load? No. Oh, Steve seems like a pretty cool guy. We'll talk more about that for Space News. Reservoir of liquid water found deep in Martian rocks. All right. Let's make some progress on this, dudes. Thoughts on the secret military space shuttle still operational? Maybe that's why they haven't dismantled anything at Vandenberg.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm gonna move on. Casey, 62-month reset. Make sure to install a second bathroom in that bad boy. It's all fun and games until the crappers clog. Crappers clog. Merry Christmas. It could happen. Mr. Public Servant, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent statement were you even close to anything that could be considered rational thought. Everyone in this stream is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, I'm just saying it could be a real thing. What are you talking about? What do you mean it could be a real thing? What do you mean? Don't you think somebody would notice? Don't you think somebody would notice this launching off? It's not like there's a whole city next to it. What shuttle are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, but the Kool-Aid is pretty tasty. How would you know? Oh, not you too, James. You know, the secret one. Oh, yeah, the secret one from Magical Fairyland. Look at me. I'm flying on a magic carpet here. Look at him flying around in Egypt land. But it could happen. Can I go back to talking about, like, the canal or something? Look, it's a secret shuttle. Having people know it kind of defeats the purpose. So you hide the launch. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to hide that big glowing light that goes up into the sky. They dye the fuel black so you can see the flames. Les, I know that was a joke, but holy crap, did you make my head hurt? I'm going to go back to bed, guys. I'm going back to bed. I'm going back to bed, man. Maybe they haven't launched it yet. Think about the military capability of being able to take large enough payloads to space. I wouldn't give that up military-wise, and a good cover is saying we're ending the program. What program are you talking about? What are you talking about? The space shuttle? Are you talking about the X-37? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Rick? Oh man, you are making me so angry. Oh man. I mean, yeah, I guess public, but why would you do that? The Air Force doesn't care what it launches on. They don't. Half the missions they advertise. They're like, oh yeah, we're launching our SF-162 mission today, and everyone's like, what is that? And they're like, it enhances the warfighting career of merchants. Anyway, we're launching it today. Okay. USAF did put a lot into the shuttle. Okay. They put a lot into the shuttle. You're saying at the space shuttle. You're talking about the space shuttle. So the Air Force pulled out of the program in 1986 after Challenger. Okay. Which I still think was probably not the wisest decision. You kind of stiff NASA, which pisses me off, but hey, whatever. So why would they do that and invest billions of dollars into the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program, which gave us Delta II, Atlas III, and then ultimately Delta IV and Atlas V? Why would they do that? Why would they spend bajillions of dollars? Spend bajillions of dollars on a cover-up and then retool the shuttle pad that they had? It's kind of hard to conceal a shuttle launch. Now, could you conceal, like build a shuttle launch complex out in the middle of the Pacific testing range? Sure. Would anybody ever find it? No, probably not, but people would still see it. There's a bunch of planes flying out there that go up across the Pacific, and there's a bunch of boats that are out there too. It's really hard to hide an orbital launch. But look, man, what I'm going to come back at you with might be not the best response from me. But look, government ain't that smart. Sorry, they're not that smart. You ever been to the DMV? Public servant? Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. They ain't that smart, dude. Come on. Anyway, I'm gonna work on my super secret mini shuttle now. Last for Spice News. Another space news if you don't want. You have it teed up. Okay. Oh yeah, Tim. Dude, I saw that. Touche. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Look, they can do some pretty cool stuff, but also they're running out of parts for their C5s. A plane that they said they're going to use for indefinitely, and they're running out of parts. Sorry. they look, they're good, but they're not that good. Be sure to hide all launches of Dark 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll do. Every time I go to the zoo, I think of that Zootopia scene. Oh, Jesus. Does your little shuttle have a payload area? No, Mike, this one was basically for crew. That was the idea. I mean, I could explore the concept of giving it a trunk, but it just doesn't. It's just not cricket, mate. I love that you called the DMV the zoo. Did I? Sorry. I mean, yeah. Actually, dudes, the DMV actually helped me a lot last time I was there, to be honest. I was doing a title transfer on the 97 one time. Yeah, and I know this kind of goes against my whole point that I just made. I was doing a title transfer on the 97 when I got it back to Massachusetts after Route 154, and I didn't sign the title transfer. And usually what they do is like, oh, you didn't fill out the paper, you got to go to the back of line and start over again. And the lady was like, hey, moron, you forgot to sign it. And I'm like, I got to go to the back of the line, don't I? And she's like, here, give me a pen, and I signed it. And yeah, that was it. So they did help me last time, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Signed the title transfer. My name. It was a legal title transfer. But yeah, it was yeah, normally if you don't have your paperwork in order, they just send you to the back of the line. They're like, okay. Here you go. Here's your pen. This pen is yours. It was in your pocket. You're going to sign. You signed the title transfer 5 minutes ago, right? I'm like, oh yeah. And they're like, before you got in line, right? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, okay, here is your plates, sir. Thank you for filling out your paperwork correctly. I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta go. Just Remo know about this. I told her and she didn't believe me. Did you give the pen back? I tried. And the lady was like, why are you giving me your pen, sir? I'm like, I gotta go. I'm like, I gotta leave. Okay. Yeah, got my plates. Your tax dollars paid for that pen, so technically it's yours. Yes. Correct. That's, yeah, right. Yeah. I just walked, I was like, thank you very much. And I walked out like, yeah, I did the papers right. I've never gotten any DMV paperwork wrong since then, because that was simultaneously a traumatizing and a very, very liberating experience. Same head bob and everything. Oh yeah. I got my plates, you know. All right. Anyway. We got the new, I started on the new Aeroshell, and I don't know. This is okay. We'd have to build it up a little bit more to get it right. Yeah, Aqualex. Yeah, acronyms are, government loves acronyms, you know? Flight hardware is in production for Neutron's reusable fairings. All right, let's go. The pen could have paid for secret shuttle missions. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I've thought about putting a trunk back here, but it might throw, a payload bay and dynamic mass might throw off the shape. This shape is really centered around having your fuel for your thrusters at the back of the vehicle, and having your propulsion at the back of the vehicle, similar to the actual space shuttle. And I don't think I can make a payload bay that shape even if I wanted to. This thing is really designed for crew. It's really designed to work in conjunction with a cargo fairing rocket. So think Falcon 9, what Falcon 9 is, Falcon 9 Cargo and Falcon 9 Dragon, right? Like, think about that, but instead of Dragon, it's a little shuttle that glides back to the runway. Yeah, that's the idea. So we did a lot of wind tunnel testing last week with the Kerbal Wind Tunnel mod, and we figured out that what we really need is to make a lot of drag at the front. Make a lot of drag and a lot of body lift at the front. So I just decided to start looking into aeroshells, making aeroshells for this thing, and kind of going from there. I kind of originally made a profile line for where I want this to be, and then I started sculpting out an aeroshell, and it's not that. It didn't really do what I wanted there, interestingly enough. Let's jump in, start sculpting. We don't have a great deal of time before space news, but My only problem with this profile line is that it's starting to cross the hull right there, which is not really what I want. Kind of thinking somewhere down here might be more applicable. I bent the metal back here. I don't know what it's meant to fly on. We could make it fly on whatever. Trunk would be disposable though. No, a reusable trunk that just keeps the back of this open. That would complicate integration though. Probably not going to do it. I've thought about it, but that was the gist of my statement. So don't read into it any more than it needs to be read into. I thought about it, but it doesn't really jive with this type of shape. We'd have to redesign the entire vehicle if we wanted some type of payload bay with this thing. So, no. Just take all the ideas that you had about a trunk, just throw them out the window. Throw them out the window, like the super secret shuttle. Let me twist this back. Yeah, exactly, Casper. Exactly. Just twist this back. Just want to see how that looks. It looks real nice until I screwed it up back here. Tessellate! What's up, Ren? Thank you for the bits. Do this. Bye-bye. Actually, you know what? Don't save. I gotta look at Collins.
Oh, this is space.
Casper,
I'm in space.
Gifted 3 subs. Oh, this is space. I am in space. Thank you. I'm just gonna look at the shuttle. How did I do this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Fractal, tier 2, 81 months. Thank you very much. I see what's going on in here. Damn, was that hard to make. See that piece right there? Insanely difficult. Again. Hey, Alex, been a minute. Glad to see you. You're back to Kerbal. What are we doing? What are we doing, chef? Well, I am cooking you up some ratatouille, mon ami. Ratatouille, that is a peasant's dish. Hey, Alex, what's up, man? You remember Dart from Mission Mode? I'm trying to, make a better version of that, one that doesn't kill people. Trying to do that because Dart's kind of unfinished business with our Mission Mode save. Remember the MM2 rule set save that I did in 2021? That killed Jeb, and then I tried to do the SSTO and I burned out because that was insanely complicated and difficult. Yeah, remember that save? The save where I had a nervous breakdown and had to take a 6-month break from KSP? Yeah. Unfinished business, we'll call it. So I'm looking at Collins to get some kind of ideas on how to do it, because here, take a look. I'm looking to make a mini version. Here. That's the idea, at least. All right. So... Hey, listeners, what's up? No engines? Oh, no. So, Alex, it's not finished. We're not even close to being done with this thing. By my own kind of admission. This is a very... We are very early in this thing's design, dude. Like, real early. The reason why... the reason why is because, and this is kind of what got me back in KSP. We have the wind tunnel, Kerbal Wind Tunnel. It's a mod where you can really go and validate aerodynamic models with different crafts, and then go and fly them to validate your aerodynamic model, which is pretty cool. It introduces a new kind of facet of testing, and frankly, I should have had this during mission mode. Yeah. Good idea. This is a great piece of equipment. Or a great mod. For this. But, so... I've used Wind Tunnel for years, so happy you discovered it. What's the design's pitch? It's a 6-person, 6 Kerbal low Earth orbit access vehicle. And what I'm working on is building out the shell for it. I'm going to use what we learned on that SSTO program. Casper, they're the best, man. Hang on, guys. I need a glass of water. You know that concept tungsten heat shield for Star Raker? It wasn't tungsten. It was titanium, Hellfish. The X-33, and it was kind of they kind of halfway proposed this for Star Raker. Star Raker was a slightly different design. The X-33 had a metallic tile set. You had titanium as your windward-facing element, and then you had a box of aluminum, an aluminum kind of box attached to the back of the tile, and there were cilia fibers inside of this box of aluminum. So the titanium tile acted as your in that kind of design, a good way to describe it would be that the titanium is your thermal paste, right? And the aluminum box full of cilia is your heat sink. Yeah, Dream Chaser, ESA, yeah, Dream Chaser, Hermes, HL20, X38, that kind of stuff, dude, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good, chat. That is very good. You're good, Hangman. I am good. Joke or Jester. I am very good. Jester was in the first one, you dork. Hey, it's Monday. Leave me alone. No, you have to be perfect always. Yeah. Don't remind me. I'm not sure if this thing being anhedral like this is going to screw with Kerbal, but... Let's see. Round 2. What's up, Rocky Guy? How you doing, buddy? Round 2. Fight. Is this Dart now? Is that a separate project? This, I learned a lot from Dart, from the wind tunnel testing from Dart for this project, dude. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that this could be derived from it. Left update. Started a job at Airbus OneWeb in Toulouse. Let's just say I am in good company when working in the lab. Nice, man. That's awesome. Congratulations. So this is Lawn Dart. This is Dort. Yeah. Dort. Yeah, this is Dort, guys. Oh, you stupid. It's Dort. Dort. Doit. We'll make the new shell based off of that. All right, let me get my calibrated triangle. And awesomeness. Doom awesomeness. Awesomeness. Awesome. Yes. So For our wind tunnel testing, we figured out that having a lot of deflection up here, we need to create a lot of body lift and a lot of regular lift. Body lift in the front, regular lift in the back for how we have our mass distribution set up. That's taking into account that basically our center of mass is right on this black stripe, right? Right there. That's where we need the COM to be, give or take, right? And based off of that, once again, we need to make something that makes a lot of body lift at high altitudes and a lot of drag at lower altitudes over the nose of this thing. Then we need to make a lot of lift on our center of mass, right? And not so much towards the back, but you get the idea. So once again, a hybrid aero shell, right, with panel tessellation and wing tessellation could get us what we're looking for here. That's really what I'm trying to go for here. And it starts with kind of sculpting something out. This is the part that's always the hardest hurdle to get over because you don't know exactly what you need. It's kind of hard to visualize where all these triangles are going to live in 3D space, and no, we're not going to have that many. I'll probably end up cutting it off here. I just make a long strip of these things in a sub-assembly and use it. It's like starting with a sheet of metal and cutting out what you need, right? At this rate, Crew Dragon will end up doing 5 missions in a single year. Yeah. Oh, Alex, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome, man. Validation, yeah, Alex, yeah. The wind tunnel is so okay. The wind tunnel will tell us center of pressure, and it'll tell us actually tells you a lot of, because it tells you center of pressure, you can really see how the spacecraft handles. And when I jumped back into KSP, I was like, I want to fix Dart. So we took out Dart and we did a lot of testing with it, and we did wind tunnel testing. And the wind tunnel testing exposed a huge problem with Dart's design. It likes to fly like this during re-entry. That's it. It likes to fly with its nose pointed at the ground. So,
Discovery,
actually, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Why does it like to fly like that? Well, at the back of Dart, I had a fairing plate. And that fairing plate covered everything inside of the fuselage, and everything that fairing occluded and was applied onto the vehicle aerodynamically at the base of the plate. So we ended up having a really far back center of pressure, and that's why it basically wanted to keep the nose like this. Actually, wanted to keep the nose basically prograde like a bullet almost. We made a ton of drag back here. So I redesigned regular Dart with 2 fairings. I have a backward facing fairing and a forward facing fairing to create a double aero shell here, right? And that moved my center of pressure where I needed it to be, but Dart's wings and frankly how Dart was all put together really didn't like having that like that. It called for we needed something heavier at the front that creates a lot of drag, that also creates a lot of upward deflection, a lot of body lift in the front. And because, you know, I had to make an aero shell for Dart, right? It basically wanted me to make an aero shell like Colin. So we tested it. We tested it with this model in the wind tunnel. Take a look. I did, Shaw. I saw the new mission. Yep. Yeah, prefabulated Emulite was actually prefabulated Emula Heavy. Yep. So check this out, man. We put this into the wind tunnel. There's my revised version of Dart. I cut the front wings off and put that there, and that actually flies per our wind tunnel validation and testing. We used another version of Dart to make sure what the wind tunnel was telling us was right. So we know the wind tunnel, we verified the data, right? We know the wind tunnel isn't lying to us, right? And it's not like vessel orientation or, you know, weird occlusion or anything from the fairings, dude. Right? So I said, screw it. I cut the front wings of Dart off and put this on there and started running it. We did wind tunnel tests on this version of Dart, right? And it basically showed that it wants an arrow. The game really wants an arrow shell up there. This type of spacecraft with this type of shape is really looking for a blunt nose. Tell me something I don't know for lifting bodies, right? Really looking for a blunt nose. So I brought Dart back onto a master craft file, and I was like, well, that's going to require me to... We can't use that nose with this design, so I got to redesign the front a little bit. So why don't we redesign to have a pilot? Why don't we redesign Dart to have a pilot and a commander? And that got us this. I put it on a processing jig here that has rulers on it that took a bunch of dimensions. And I was like, okay, I got all the dimensions that I need. Let's bring this into its own craft file and start making its arrow shell. It's the HL10 all over again. It really is, yeah. The wind tunnel is a very potent tool in that regard. So I recommissioned the project, renamed the project HL40 because Dart was technically HL30, paying homage to HL10 and HL20. So here we are. I'm going to make an arrow shell for this. We're going to sculpt it out. I'm going to give it what I think it needs. And yeah, we're going to go from there. See what happens. You have this in the tabs for space news. I don't know, man. Man, I'm having a heck of a time here trying to focus on this, dude. I am having a heck of a time over here. Lofted post-flight demo from 5 hours ago. No, I don't have that, but we'll watch it. That's correct, Alex. Yep. Yeah, I did some modifications to Dart, learned a lot, did some more modifications to it, learned a lot, and did enough modifications to it where we needed to, well, rebaseline. So I changed my stakeholder expectations slightly because we had to do a new baseline, right? We have to make a new arrow shell. If we're gonna make a new arrow shell, might as well put the Mark II pod in there, make this thing a little bit bigger, and then actually shuttle this thing. So what I've been doing is I've been looking at Collins and how I made the arrow shell and the trade studies that I did to like make do the panel tessellation and stuff. And yeah, we're going from there. No, sorry. It's okay, C. Kraken. Don't worry about it. I'm having a heck of a time focusing today. That's not on you. That's on me. Don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, I got a hat on my head. Just bear with me, dude. We'll get it right. One thing that I absolutely don't like about taking 2 days off in a row is that you get out of rhythm like that. I really don't like doing it, but sometimes got to. Damn house. Yeah, we'll look at that lofted demo in a little bit, C. Kraken. But yeah, don't feel bad, dude. I'm still like, huh. So It ruined the top of my gazebo roof, Rem. Yeah. Looks like Fram 2's dragon will get a cupola similar to Inspiration 4. Cool. Jeez, Rem. My dad's place lost power for more than a week from that rain. Yeah, it just damaged my gazebo a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's nothing compared to what other people got. Yeah, it happens. That is a problem, Mr. Bond. How are we gonna blend that shape in? Yes, it'll fly good. What I did on Collins here was that I used a wing to blend the top of the edge. Will it blend is the real question, though. We gotta lower this. I don't like the yeah, there we go. That's more what I'm looking for right there. So once again, I'm making what's called an aero shell. An aero shell in aerospace engineering, in this particular case of this vehicle, means it's a Just aerodynamic shell that's shielding my fuselage. Aero shells are usually in this particular case, it's referring to the vehicle's thermal protection system. So thermals, and I'm rambling. I'm building an aero shell to get Kerbal to understand how this vehicle to get Kerbal to make this vehicle fly correctly. When I say correctly, I'm basing it basically off of the space shuttle. I'm trying to get this thing to fly like the space shuttle in Kerbal. So take what the shuttle does in real life, make it miniature, translate that into Kerbal, and then make it fly like that in KSP. That takes a little bit of time and a little bit of concentration. I call them aero shells. That isn't necessarily what that means in real life. An aero shell, I guess, in real life would be some type of aerodynamic fairing that goes over the shell of a vehicle, right? That's not necessarily what I'm designing here, but that would be the closest approximation, which is why I keep calling it an aero shell. So, I can show you a picture of what like an aero shell for a different craft would look like in real life here. Where is it? There. There's an aero shell being made in real life on a vehicle that doesn't exist anymore, which is why this picture is public. Yeah, it could be a detachable casing, but yeah, they called the X-33, this thing on the X-33, they called it an aero shell too, Rocket Guy, interestingly enough. Dude, if they were making the skin for that damn thing. Yeah, it's called the shell. It's in one of the PDFs, but I mean, also at the same time, dude, I could be misremembering. Yeah, baby. Nice truck. Yeah, mass simulator test for the pad. I hope Sunday we can make it in Maya for KSP. Oh, yeah. Five, 10, 15, 20. Okay. I just needed to see something. All right, so try this. Ready? 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 35, number 50. 50. Ooh. Okay. Okay. How well do you think VentureStar would have worked using Methalox instead of Hydrolox? It would have worked. 20. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. All right, cut that piece right there for now. I'd be worrying about your mass fraction with Methalox, Aqualux. I'm not saying we couldn't do it nowadays. I'm pretty sure we could. I'd really be worried about mass fraction with methane. It's just too much mass. The only way that thing really goes together is with Hydrolox. That's the only way to really get it right. I mean, so what do I mean? If we just say, let's just go off the premise that X-33's tanks could just hold methane. They probably could, for what it's worth. Let's just say we put methane in there, right? And we have the XRS 2200 and it can run off methane, no problem. Building something like that at scale is not like, and say we had a 1-to-1 exact Venture Star, we just filled it up with methane liquid oxygen. I don't think it would have enough. Yeah, I mean, it might. So you're making up a lot with characteristic energy in the initial phases of ascent. So the thing can get off the ground faster. It could get higher up in the air, higher up out of the atmosphere quicker, right? But the trade-off there is that you're not as efficient in the later stages of ascent here. So yeah, I'm not sure if it would work. I mean, Rocket Guy, it's an SSTO. Your mass fraction is butthole at the, like, it's terrible towards the latter phases of ascent, right? Maybe you could get away with it if you had some type of aero spike that, like a full flow stage combustion aero spike, like basically a linear aero spike Raptor or something. Maybe it's possible. But even then, you're just not getting the specific impulse that you need. You'd have a hard time getting into space to the point where your payload capacity would be totally diminished. Okay, Jacobs. Hey, Caffeine, 14-month resub, just tuned in. What are we building? I'm building a little small shuttle. And I'm building out its arrow shell. I did it again. All right, let's shore this thing up. Ready? 2. I'm not sure you could get there with methane, dude. You'd have to have some type of mass optimization somewhere else. Once again, the other thing is that I'm not saying it couldn't be done. The context of this conversation is that we're talking about Venture Star. I mean, off the top of my head, Aqualex, you'd need to do some, like I said, you'd need to do some mass optimization somewhere else. That's, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You would need to do mass optimization somewhere else. Because, you know, you're adding all that extra mass of propellants, and that makes it a little bit easier to use, right? And you're getting more energy in the first stage, but you got to remember, like, if you think about how a rocket ascends into space, the first 2 to 3 minutes are the first stage, and then the rest, if you take into account that it's like on average, like an 8 to 9 minute ascent into orbit, like the first third of it is the first stage, right? So that's where you need all your energy, right? And then the second, third, and third, right, are all efficiency. Yeah, you would need something. I don't know what would do it with Methalox, but I'm not saying that you wouldn't be able to either. It would just be, yeah. Do you think Raptor would make any sense to still use as a Falcon 9 upper stage? No. No. Don't do any radical design changes with Falcon 9. Just optimize from here. Optimize with what you have. That's basically what SpaceX should do. At least that's just my opinion. There's also trajectory optimization. Yeah, but using, in my opinion, using a trajectory optimization to overcome the fact that you have a terrible mass fraction, it really depends, right? You can only do that in certain scenarios. What are we trying to make? We're trying to make a vehicle that goes to the same orbit every time? Or is it something that's going to launch to different destinations? Polar, high inclinations, LEO, like a low inclination orbit. Are we going to LEO? Are we going to MEO? It really depends. This last half of what I said. I didn't, but that's fine. Thoughts on blending the wing into more of a lifting body shape like the CEB concept? So with relatively flat sides. Yeah. Yeah, we could do something like that. So why are you talking about heading? All right. It's space news time. All right. Dude, you're making this way too difficult right now. I'll be back. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll see you for space news. All right. You're dialed in for Space News. Hello. It's Monday, and once again, it looks like everybody just decided to launch their stuff yesterday and early this morning. You know, I'm here 5 days a week. You know, if stuff goes on Saturday, I'll try my best to be here for it. Sunday is the day I devote to just getting away from everything because I have other things to do, and everybody decided to launch. So, okay, just a little bit of a follow-up here. So, we actually, Starlink 8.3 launched early Saturday morning, but that's okay. So, on Saturday morning, there was Starlink Group 8.3 out of Slick 40. That mission went pretty good. I have watched the replays of all this. So, and then Rocket Lab chose to launch at 9:18 a.m. on Sunday. Sky full of SARs, which was a. I have to click the details. Give me 1 second. That was Capella Space with a 165 kilogram satellite there for their satellite constellation. And then yesterday, late at night, Falcon 9 launched the Arctic Satellite Broadband Mission, which is a Norwegian defense satellite that went out of Vandenberg. That mission was successful. And then early this morning at 6:37 a.m., we saw SpaceX launch Starlink Group 10.7. And early mornings on the Cape got us this view. So this does get a little bit loud. It's not terribly loud, but it's... If you want to turn it up, you want to turn it down, it's up to you. Headphone users or turn it up users, I don't know. Take your pick. Here you go. Take a look at this. This is some beautiful footage. But and the sound is great. But yeah, headphone users. 10 seconds. Wait, where's my sound? Hold on 1 second. Ah, there we go. All right, yeah, here we go. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's pretty good. That sound will put hair on your chest to get the hamburger meat all hanging out. So yeah, SpaceX, I mean, dude, can you believe that? Just 2 weeks ago, Falcon 9 was grounded. Whoops. Yeah, well, wasn't for long. These are always my favorite shots of any rocket ascent. A static shot that's looking basically perpendicular to the rocket's ascent. Like, it harkens back to that old school Apollo footage of the rocket going past the launch umbilical tower. Just. It's pretty awesome, dude. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. All right, so now you brought up to speed in case you missed it. I guess we'll just keep going with SpaceX stuff. There are pictures from ASBM out in California right there. Very nice pictures, I must say. And then, yeah, I just one of my Space News links is just actually the SpaceX tweeterers. There's some... Oh, I didn't see this footage. Oh, hello. How many Falcon 9s have launched since the grounding? I think 6. 6, if I'm remembering right. No, it's more than that. Let me take a look. let's bring down next space flight here, and we can actually take a look. So, so 9-3 was the RUD. 10-9 was the return to flight. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was way off. I was off by a little bit. Yeah. And the reflight was on the 27th. So that was 7, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that was, about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I think everything's fine. I'm pretty sure they're fine. Now, the reason why I bring it up is because usually, guys, grounding a rocket and like an on-orbit failure, an ascent failure, an explosion, or anything like that, guys, I don't even know. That usually pins rockets down for the count, like, for at least a year. I can't remember a return to flight happening in the same year as a RUD on the same rocket system. But I think Falcon 9 is a case study in how empirical data can back up what you're trying to figure out. Because of the sheer volume of Falcon 9 flights, it didn't even matter. It didn't even matter. SpaceX was like, wait, what? One blew up? Oh, that sucks. Oh, yeah, it was this part. Sorry about that. Here, we'll swap it out. It's fine. You can do your testing. You'll see we're right. It's good. You know? Electron, maybe. Rocket 3, yeah, maybe. I guess. It's yeah, it's pretty dang impressive, dude. And now it's just back to business. I actually got, I know a couple people that work there, just a couple people, I also got a sneeze. All right, I'm good, I swear. I know a couple people that work there, and, I'm not looking for anonymous sources to report stuff. What I did was I asked some of my buddies that do work there, actually, funny thing is they're viewers that started watching the stream in high school or in college, and they actually work for SpaceX now, so that's good. I asked them all the same question, just out of curiosity. I was like, is there like a stop and work? Are you guys worried about this? And this was like the day after the RUD. Every one of them said, no, it's fine. Just, it's back to work as usual. I mean, it kind of sucks, but yeah, back to work. So, I mean, yeah, I guess they weren't kidding, Side note, the sensor that failed was actually a request from a customer. And the back channels report, it was the European Union for the Galileo mission. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm not saying nothing. Forge, I am not saying anything. I'm just going to sit here, and you guys are going to stew on that one, and I'm just going to sit here and... It's a smug face. Yeah, exactly, Reagan. Falcon 9's return to flight time is better than just most every other company's flight time, period. So don't launch your rocket with untested configurations. Got it. Yeah, it's funny how that works. It's funny how that can even bite you. Even if you're SpaceX, it can come to bite you. It absolutely will happen. How do you say, what did I say without saying it? Yeah, Chris. Yeah, you got it, man. You got it. So, yeah, it's just insane. Falcon 9's just going back to doing its thing. Now, SpaceX did set out this year they were targeting 144 missions this year. They might not get it because of that RUD, but I mean, let's check the upcoming mission. The next Falcon 9 flight is on Thursday at 9 a.m. because of course it is. I'll try to be here for that one. Worldview Legion 3 and 4. That is SpaceX's 80th mission this year. That is the 79th Falcon 9 launch this year. I don't know, man. Hitting 144, it's still got plenty of year left. Still got 4 months. Oh man, if they hit 144, I'm going to be impressed, but they're definitely getting above 100, barring no catastrophic things, right? Knock on wood. Aim for 154. I mean, you get no argument from me. You guys want to hear something absurd? And this is like, I always thought this was like absolutely insane. Hello. The rocket is not the bottleneck, guys. They have enough rockets. They have enough fairings. They're manufacturing enough second stages. The rocket is not the bottleneck. The drone ships. Drone ships are the bottleneck. They can't move them back, or they can't move them back and forth fast enough. Can you believe that? It's the drone ships. The drone ships are the bottleneck. Think about it. These rockets can get turned around in a month. They have 10 in the fleet. It takes 30 days to turn one of these around. Crazy, right? I mean, I don't even know how many they have in the fleet. I was guessing 10. I think it's around 10, but is that bananas? And that's why catching makes so much sense. Recovery operations, and of course, we know this one firsthand now, don't we? Recovery operations eat up your budget and time for reusable space programs. Ridiculous. I'm really surprised they haven't bought like 3 more of them. I think I think they're trying not to. Oxy, I think they're trying not to do that because they're all in on Starship. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. No inside source there. That's just kind of calling it as I see it. Which is interesting. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, Falcon 9's just doing its thing. We got amazing footage. Here, hold up. Amazing footage of this. Like, it truly is a workhorse rocket. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. SpaceX would be freaking impressive. SpaceX would be impressive if Starship didn't exist. It would still be impressive right now. Like, part of me kind of wishes they would keep expanding Falcon 9's architecture. Bigger fairings maybe, space station modules. But, that'd be kind of cool. But one could make the argument that that's basically what Starship is, The reveal of the tower in the back, Mike? Yeah, it's pretty good, dude. It's not bad. It's not bad. This ain't a bad picture. Beautiful, beautiful morning in Florida. If you live there, guys, you can smell these mornings. If that makes any sense. You smell it. It smells like swamp. No, it smells like dew, morning dew, not doo-doo. I mean, it might smell like doo-doo because swamp, but also, yeah, I know those mornings. Did we discuss the upcoming Everyday Astronauts Blue Origin Factory Tour? Oh, what? This thing that I have teed up over here? What, this?
All right.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to take you on a little tour, and feel free to ask questions along the way. Let's go. We'll start down here, and I'll show you how we make the tanks.
Okay.
And then we'll just wander around.
So Timmy's making some freaking moves. He on the 15th, so in 3 days, he is posting a tour with Jeff Bezos of Blue Origin's factories. That's the factory down at the Cape. I'm not about to go picking through Timmy's footage from the preview video. I mean, obviously, I don't want to show the whole thing, right? I'm pretty sure the preview would be fine, but also let's just let's go snooping around. You know, we've theorized that you know, New Glenn is in parallel processing. Or parallel development. I've talked about this many times. I talked about it on the Flame Trench on Friday about, you know, all the pieces are coming together. Look for the flight hardware. Everything points to New Glenn launching in a couple of months, particularly the payloads being moved to the Cape. But we theorize, I mean, we haven't seen a New Glenn first stage, like a fully assembled one, except in Pathfinder, like as a structural Pathfinder. But we have seen a completed engine section, and we have seen a completed inner stage with the Finney boys on them going like this, right? We saw that was posted by the Blue Origin CEO, Dave Limp, right? So I've always kind of thought that there's probably 3 or 4 New Glens being made all at once. Well, I mean, I don't know when Tim filmed this, but we'll see. That looks like an upper stage, or at least a barrel segment to one. Just saying, stir welds. Let's see. Oh, look, another tank. That's the downcomer. This is the common. That's a common bulkhead right there on New Glenn. So that barrel segment right there could be first stage as well. It's a milled aluminum iso grid, stir welded together. Kind of like, it's kind of built very similar to SLS or Falcon 9. I mean, take your pick. Payload attachment fitting right here. That's a PAF. It's not, that's missing some parts, but that definitely is flight hardware because you can see the sign that says don't touch it. Interestingly enough, does it say do not touch? I can't really see it. There's the aft engine section right there with the landing legs. I'm pretty sure that's the one we saw being tested. Did that barrel have insulation? It looks like it's a cover or something, dude. It's probably because they're working on stuff inside and you don't want to screw up the ISO grid. Or the ortho grid, excuse me. I called it an ISO grid. ISO grid would be triangles. That ortho grid is, yeah, you don't want to screw those up. Like, note that same blue tape is over the downcomer right there. Usually when you're doing work inside of tanks and stuff, you keep it positively pressurized and it's a clean room environment because you don't want crap getting in there, especially during construction. I didn't think Jeff had a lot to do with Blue Origin. He really kind of didn't, Flask, until he stepped down as Amazon CEO. That's when he really kind of went all in on Blue. And he got rid of the CEO when he did that and hired Dave Limp. If you guys don't know who Dave Limp is, we did kind of a little bit of a dive on who he is and what he's made in the past, like 2 or 3 streams ago. Alexa, yeah, he oversaw that whole thing. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That might be the guy that you want. A guy in a industry working for a company that specializes in logistics. Yeah. He also worked on like Fire Stick and a couple of other things. He like oversaw those. So that's the guy that's running Blue nowadays. He's actually super cool. He posts stuff on social media all the time. Of New Glenn Pathfinder segments and stuff, and New Glenn testing and whatnot. So yeah, super cool. Yeah, Flask. Jeff's been a lot more into this since since he stepped down. Yep. So yeah, there's that engine section that we saw getting tested right there. That is absolutely 100% flight hardware. If it looks detailed and it looks expensive, yes, it's flight hardware. That's definitely flight hardware. That is either that or it's a very high fidelity mock-up, but we know from Dave Limp's posts that this is thermal protection system right here. This kind of tannish stuff, that's a thermal protection element. That you wouldn't put thermal protection element on something that you're just testing the landing gear out on. So that's real. That's a real one, which is pretty cool. Unless you were, I suppose, like testing the full integration and stuff. But there's the interstage segment they're working on right there with Timmy, GF. And then there's this shot. That's inside of a tank. I don't know what tank that is, but it's got COPVs, ullage COPVs most likely on the inside. And yeah, are we looking down or are we looking sideways? Yeah, this thing's horizontal. Okay, cool. The Escapade launch window ends in late October, so the clock is ticking. I mean, that's a big giveaway, but yeah. Composite overwrap pressure vessel. These are helium tanks that they use to keep the pressure in here as the rocket fuel drains out. They empty helium into the tank. It's called tank ullage. They do it for a bunch of reasons. One, you want to maintain you don't want to have high pressure change. You want to maintain a constant pressure inside of the tank. How do you do that when you're draining a bunch of fuel out of it all at the same time? Well, the quick and easy way, like how an automobile would do it with a gasoline engine, is to have a vent line. Rockets do have vent lines. But when the rocket gets high enough, that vent line is not going to do anything, because if anything, you're going to vent out because ambient pressure is lower than tank pressure, right? You're in space. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you need to provide the ullage gas. You need to provide the vent, right? That's what those tanks are. They're helium. Those are helium ullage tanks. I'm like 95% sure. Actually, I'm not even, I know that's what they are. Those are ullage tanks. So that's what they use those for. They use it to pump helium into this tank as propellant drains out. This looks like the top tank, because that looks like that downcomer, the inside of that downcomer. That's my guess. It's the inside of that barrel segment right there, looking this way. So I don't know if New Glenn has the methane tank or the liquid oxygen tank on top of the first stage. I don't know its tank configuration, to be honest with you. Somebody probably does. But yeah, really good stuff from Tim. Tim, that's awesome. He's done 2 videos with Elon now, and now he's got one with Jeff too. That's cool, man. I'm proud of that dude. He's doing work. Respect the heck out of it for sure. I discussed that on Flame Trench the other day. Long story short, idiots. That's not space flight. That's being dumb. Yeah. So, other research and development here. Let's just go around the industry here. There's actually, let's get some headlining stuff here. Check this out. Take a look. So SpaceX announced this just an hour ago. They have announced another private mission called FRAM-2. FRAM-2 is a privately funded mission from SpaceX that, here, we'll just, how about we go to updates? Here, read about this. Or listen to this. Then listen to this incredible music. In the past 4 years, SpaceX has launched 13 human spaceflight missions, safely flying 50 crew members to and from Earth orbit and creating new opportunities for humanity to live, work, and explore what's possible in space. Dragon's 46 missions overall to orbit have delivered critical supplies, scientific research, and astronauts to the International Space Station, while also opening the door for commercial astronauts to explore Earth's orbit. As early as this year, Falcon 9 will launch Dragon's 6th commercial astronaut mission, FRAM-2, which will be the first human spaceflight mission to explore Earth from a polar orbit and fly over Earth's polar regions for the first time. Yep, no one's ever done that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, Fram 2 will be commanded by Chun Wang, an entrepreneur and adventurer from Malta. Wang aims to use the mission to highlight the crew's explorational spirit, bringing a sense of wonder and curiosity to the larger public, and highlight how technology can help push the boundaries of exploration of Earth through the mission's research. Okay. Joining Wang on the mission of international adventurers is Norway's Yannick Mikkelsen, vehicle commander, Australia's Eric Phillips, vehicle pilot, and Germany's Rebea Rog. I'm not saying the names right. You don't need to correct me. I know I'm not saying it right. It's fine. Mission specialist. This will be the first space flight for each of the crew members. Through the 3 to 5 day mission, the crew plans to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's Cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers, leveraging insight from space physicists and citizen scientists to study universal light emissions resembling auroras. The crew will study green fragments and mauve ribbons of continuous emissions comparable to the phenomenon known as STEVE, strong thermal emission velocity enhancement, which has been measured at an altitude of approximately 400 to 500 kilometers above Earth's atmosphere. The crew will also work with SpaceX to conduct a variety of research to better understand the effects of spaceflight on the human body, which includes capturing the first human X-ray images in space, just-in-time training tools, and study the effects of spaceflight on behavioral health, all of which will help in the development tools needed to prepare humanity for future long-duration spaceflight. Falcon 9 will launch Fram 2 to a polar orbit from Florida no earlier than late 2024. It's not Ellen. It's not Ellen. Steve. So that's actually crazy. They want to do this by the end of the year, from what I understand. I'll be honest, I don't know any of these people. I've never heard of them before. Cool though. That's them standing in front of 1019. That's at Hawthorne, which is pretty cool. You're working within 400-meter distance of the original Fram, currently on Shore Museum. Yeah, that's cool. The mission website. What the f... You might want to watch out for some copyright stuff going on there. Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, was frozen in 1967 to defraud... Oh, wait, wrong thing. Sorry. We are gathered here today to witness Princess Vespa, daughter of King Roland, going right past the altar, heading down the ramp, and out the door. No, sorry. Nope, still didn't get it right. Maybe we should just read it. maybe we should just read it. Careful, you idiot. I said across your nose, not up it. Sorry, sir. Doing my best. Later this year, in 2024, SpaceX will launch Fram 2, and you'll see that human spaceflight won't be like it has been before. Some people think spaceflight do be like it is, but they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Following the path to the glory of earlier heroic polar pioneers, a team of 4 space explorers coming from 6 A team of 4 space explorers coming from 6 countries will be the first humans to fly over Earth's north and south poles and witness the planet's polar wilderness from space. They will orbit the Earth for 3 to 5 days. Okay. Sorry, Lucas. Now with the Arnold accent, later this year in 2024, SpaceX will launch Fram 2. And I can't do it. I can't do it. It's gotta be dual citizenship, but that is a really weird way of saying it. That is it's a very bizarre way of saying that. Well, when 2 countries love each other very much, you need your clothes, your boots, and your Fram 2 now. I was chosen to lead, not to read. Dun da da dun 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 da da. Bam ba da bam bam ba ba da da bam ba bam bam bam. Why is the orbit crooked? Bum 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 ba da bum bum ba bum ba da bum 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 bum. Forget the ring. The ring is Bupkis. I found it in a Cracker Jack box. Bum ba da 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 da. Chun Wang, mission commander. Chun's journey into blockchain began in 2011. He co-founded F2 Pool and Stakefish, which are among the largest Bitcoin mining pools and Ethereum staking providers. Yannick is a film director and cinematographer living in Svalbard, specializing in fringe technology, creating next-generation technologies for movies shot in remote and hazardous environments such as the Arctic, ocean, aviation, and space. In 2019, Yannick served as a payload specialist on the record-breaking polar circumnavigation flight One More Orbit mission in celebration of the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. Oh, that's kind of cool. As a filmmaker, I've long dreamed of making these possibilities in fiction. Now, step by step, commercial mission by commercial mission, we are turning these dreams into reality. Eric Phillips. Eric is a professional polar adventurer and guide, having completed numerous ski expeditions to the North and South Poles. He's the co-founder of the International Polar Guides Association and co-creator of the Polar Expeditions Classification Scheme, which has earned him international recognition and respect. Having spent much of my adult life in the polar regions, this is an incredible opportunity to view the Arctic and Antarctic from space, in particular Antarctica, which will be fully lit at this time of year. Okay. And Rebea Rog? Rebea is a robotics researcher from Berlin, currently pursuing her PhD in Norway. She has always been fascinated by extreme environments, studying them to understand the limits of our world and to push beyond them. Her work includes leading a satellite mission and researching ocean robotics in the Arctic, reflecting her commitment to advanced technology in both polar regions and space. I'm going to try to see how many ways I can say her name incorrectly. Okay. Fram 2 will be the first polar orbit human spaceflight mission to explore Earth. It will launch into a 90-degree circular orbit to the south from Florida, making it the first human space flight to fly over Earth's polar regions ever. Yeah, nobody's ever done that before, which is pretty cool. Roge. Roge? Okay, cool. The north and south poles are invisible to astronauts on the ISS. Okay. As well as to all previous human spaceflight missions, except for the Apollo lunar missions, but only from far away. To date, the highest inclination achieved by human spaceflight has been Soviet Vostok 6 mission at 65 degrees. They're talking about, guys, they're talking about orbital inclination, in case anybody doesn't understand. They don't bother to say what a 90-degree circular orbit is, but just in case you were wondering, if you had a launch site at the equator and you launched due east and your orbital path followed the equator, you're 0 degrees inclined. A 90-degree orbit would be if you had a launch site at the equator, or it doesn't have to be at the equator if you're going polar. You launch basically due north or due south, and your orbit, when it passes over the equator, forms a 90-degree angle. That's what a polar orbit is. 65 degrees would be 65 degrees inclined. So inclination is basically the point at which an orbit passes a celestial body's equatorial plane, and what the resulting angle would be relative to that. They didn't bother to kind of say that, but that's okay. This new flight trajectory will unlock new possibilities for human spaceflight. I mean, the astronauts on the ISS can take pictures of the ISS is in a 51-degree inclined orbit. They're 400 kilometers that way, 270 miles. You could take pictures of it. You just look to your left and take a picture. But in terms of like flying directly over it, no. But to suggest that it's invisible is kind of weird, and to suggest that the Apollo astronauts somehow could see it better than the ISS is a little strange. That's a little weird. But all right, okay. You can see the Arctic, but not the actual pole. And Apollo could see it due to Earth's inclination. Oh, so this is the part where you guys tell me how orbital mechanics works. All right. Cool. Thanks. Okay. Cool mission nonetheless. They need to hype up the accomplishment to justify the capsule ride. I mean, it's a cool mission. I'm not hating by any means. It's just some weird ways to explain that stuff. Did it say the mission duration? 3 to 5 days. And they said they're shaping up to do it sometime at the end of 2024, which is pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. I mean, it's going to be a cool mission nonetheless. The views will be good. Like, yeah. You know, it's like, it would be like if you're flying in a plane, right? You're flying in an airliner and you're flying a good deal north of like New York City. You can kind of see it on, like, if you look out the window, or if you're flying like directly over, you look down and see it. That, like, that's the difference here, you know? It's a cool mission, and it's very interesting, guys, because yeah, we're going back to like, I can't help but think that these missions kind of harken, obviously they harken back to, like the Fram 1 mission, or just the Fram mission, right? And then you have like stuff like what Polaris Dawn is trying to do, which should be launching sooner rather than later. We're like a month, it should be inside of a month, if I'm remembering correct. It's very interesting. I try to look for a time in history that I can compare this to kind of get some context to it in my mind. the thing that I can think of, the only point that I can really think of off the top of my head, right, would be like the golden age of like aviation between World War I and World War II, where you had pilots like Amelia Earhart, or, you know, before her, Charles Lindbergh, stuff like that. Like that's really what this kind of stuff is, which is it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that we're seeing this unfold in front of us, and it's like a golden age of commercial spaceflight, right? Because if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think Lindbergh's mission was funded by a government, if I'm remembering right. I could be wrong on that. I'd have to go brush up, but isn't it better to skip the Van Allen belts by going via the poles? It really depends on where you're going, Tessa, but yeah. Yeah, Mike, I'm getting to that, the lofted test. But yeah, really cool stuff. So, NASA posted their findings from the low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator here. It's a little video here that I'm interested in watching. So let's change gears real quick and we'll get into it. I'll check that in a second, Forge. Just in case you guys didn't get the idea of what Lofted is, it's an inflatable heat shield. This was launched on an Atlas V as a secondary payload a number of years. Actually, I think it was last year. Last year in the middle of the summer, if I'm remembering right. And Lofted is a pioneering reusable inflatable heat shield. It's a NASA project. It's actually pretty cool. Lofted performed excellent. It honestly did not even look like it went through re-entry. Not a lot in the way of charring and burning and anything. We actually listened to a press conference a little while back where the people that are working on this said that, you know, they might use it in the future as a demo and bring down an ISS module. They said that. They suggested it. They didn't say, nothing was concrete, but they said they could use it as a demonstration for doing that, or they could use it to, amongst other things, they could use it for Cygnus. They could use it to make reusable Cygnus, which would be hilarious to me. Just after all this time, Cygnus just reusable. Just make Cygnus reusable, whatever. Like, because you can retrofit it to things, right? Which is actually super cool. And if I'm understanding this correctly as well, ULA is using a similar design to bring back their first stage engines on Vulcan with their smart reuse, which jettisons the main propulsion system for Vulcan's core stage. This thing deploys out in front of the engines, and the engines just parachute down, they go fish them out. Cool thing about having an inflatable heat shield, it makes a really good raft, which is super neat. They hinted at it, but they never said they would. There it is on Atlas V. It's JPSS-2, yeah. Joint Polar Satellite System. That's Slick 3 at Vandenberg. This is crazy. Watch this. It's really cool. I wonder if we get some onboard footage. We've seen that footage before. Spring. Spring. Oh. Oh yeah. Should have brought down that Centaur with it. Centaur imparted a slight rotation on lofted for spin stabilization. Yeah, this is a great mission, man. It is really good. Oh, Jared, savage, spicy. Come on, give me the onboard. That's some pretty good onboarding right there. Onboard footage, not onboarding. That's so good, dude. Yep. Just plop through, no problem. Oh, look at the onboard. That's so cool. Yes. That's correct, Map, yeah. There it is splashing down. Hey, Nightmare, what's up, dude? Look at it, there it is. That thing was in space. That's what I mean, dude. Look at the heat shield. It's not even charred. It's nothing. It's fine. Look, you gotta be kidding me. That thing just went through re-entry. Deflate it and send it again. Yep. Okay, it was 2022. It was a number of years ago. I had it right the first time. Isn't that crazy? That's some I've never seen. I think the NASA posted this video today. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen onboard footage. That's crazy. Looks fine. I can't believe how fine that looks. Nuts. The real question was what was the mass that it brought back down? Oh, I don't know. I don't think it had much except for instrumentation, and clearly it wasn't. Clearly it was like a flight data recorder, right? Because we didn't see this live stream. Well, I mean, I don't know that for sure, but that's crazy, man. I can't believe that. This is what blew my mind when we first saw this picture. Perfect. Shit looks fine. It doesn't look charred at all. It looks brand new. It is brand new, which is crazy. Now, how do these heat shields work? Well, you're basically taking the heat that is generated, and the blunt body it shoots it off to the sides for the most part, but the actual heat shield itself is just air. You can just heat up air. If you heat up, so inside of this is air at high pressure. That's a lot of mass to heat up. Obviously, it's not going to melt. Gas doesn't melt, right? And if you keep heating it up, it just inflates the heat shield more. Weird, huh? Makes sense. What is it made of? Stuff. It's made of stuff and things. Bouncy castle. Alien boogers. First inflatable heat shield from orbit. Largest ever blunt body re-entry. Entered at 8 kilometers a second. 18,000 miles an hour. Breached Mach 30. Stable through hypersonic, supersonic, transonic, and subsonic descent. It's made out of stuff that does things. Yeah, that's some pretty awesome onboarding. I keep saying that. Stop it. Stop brainworming me. Brainworm. Sorry, I have a bad case of the Mondays today. Uh-oh, sounds like someone's got a case of the Monday. So yeah, we had never seen onboard footage of that before. That's really, 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 really cool. But yeah, there was a post-flight press conference that was 2 years ago, EJ. Actually, November 10th. So let's say a year and a half, just to make it sound good, right? In the post-flight press conference, the NASA engineers that were talking about Luft had suggested using it to bring a Cygnus down, or using it to bring an ISS module down in the future. There's a lot of applications here. Seriously, it's just you can retrofit it to things. You can just attach it. You don't, with an inflatable heat shield like this, it doesn't take up a lot of space. It's not like a heat shield on a capsule, right? You could just attach it to whatever. So you could use it, you could retrofit it to use it to bring stuff back down, which would be super freaking cool. Personally, I think it would be a really good idea to, like, if it was up to me, and I'm not sure how this would work. I don't think the Centaur would like it, but bring it down just like that. Send the next one like this and see how much of this thing comes back. I really don't think that would work. The engine is too heavy. The heat shield would need to be on the back of this thing. And I'm not sure how you would go about doing that, but just send it with the Centaur stage, see what happens. You know, what's the worst that's gonna happen? You lose it? You're not gonna lose the heat shield unless something hits it. How are you? I got a case of the Mondays smoke, but I'm all right, dude. I've been a little snippy with chat today. Sorry, folks, but yeah, I'm good, man. Why not try it though? Dude, use it to bring back stage. Actually, Cygnus would be an excellent candidate. Or Dream Chaser's Shooting Star. That would be another good candidate to test it. Why not? What if the heat shield burns up? What if it doesn't? Cygnus, definitely Cygnus. Dude, Cygnus is the most ridiculous crap. They just make it bigger. It's fine. You know, they make bigger solar panels, bigger service module. Whatever. No one bats an eye. It just keeps doing its thing. Launches up into space, resupplies ISS, leaves, refuses to elaborate. Cygnus has just been this one thing that's just, and I'm not trying to jinx anything, but Cygnus just does its thing and just, you never hear any problems with it. They lit the thing on fire, doesn't care. Seriously, they lit one on fire during, after disposal from the ISS a little while back. Yeah, they just lit one on fire. They blowtorched the inside. Well, not blowtorch the inside. That's really an over-exaggeration. They had a fire lighting experiment on a Cygnus to test how fire kind of propagates around in space, which is weird. And then they re-entered it. So it was going to catch on fire anyway, so it's fine. Cygnus, and now, like, how ridiculous would that be if they actually just ended up making one a Cygnus reusable? Just bring it down. It's just reusable now. Whatever. It's fine. Space Link. What about your other Space Link? What is this happy horse crap that you frickin' sent here, Forge? Not that. What is this? If the U.S. government wanted to nationalize SpaceX, it would be a complex and controversial process. Here's an overview of how it might potentially work. Oh, yeah, here. Yeah, just take all of this and just get rid of it, because that's not happening. Yeah, no matter how hard people that don't like SpaceX want it to happen, it's not. So, it's not. Some moron just elaborating about some idiocracy. I don't know. Here's another laugh. Boston is using AI for good to fix stop and go traffic. What is this? This is a Drive article. Using AI software, the city has been able to analyze traffic patterns and signal timing data from hundreds of intersections within Boston's borders. Engineer from the Boston Transportation Department then implement the software's recommendations to optimize traffic flow. You could just try driving around in it to figure out what would be the optimal. No, the AI, though. AI. According to the mayor's office, the signal lights have been tweaked at 4 intersections at the Fenway, Kenmore, Mission Hill, and Jamaica Plain neighborhoods. In a statement, city officials noted a 50% reduction in stop-and-go traffic at 2 notable intersections, Huntington Avenue and Opera Place, Armory Street, and Green Street. Former is a busy corridor that sees automobile and train traffic and bisects a university. The latter is farther out, but near parks, businesses, and a transit center. Yeah, Armory and Green. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, guys, guess where the DMV is? Armory Street. Ironic. Yeah, just in case anybody was wondering. Yeah, nice. No, you couldn't make that up. Even though the area is home to renowned researchers, MIT and Boston Dynamics, this AI traffic project is a partnership with Google Research's Greenlight project. I mean, Google has an office outside of MIT's doorstep. So does Facebook. Just putting it out there. It's a great place to recruit talent. It's a great place to reduce. I'm just saying. Using AI in Google Maps, the system measures everything that might affect a city's driving flow, including traffic light, wait times, vehicle speed, stop and go patterns, etc. The research data is then used to create an optimization plan for improving traffic movement while also decreasing emissions. Worldwide, Greenlight city planners have experienced a 10% reduction in emissions due to less waiting and idling time. EDA spoke with Farm 2. Okay. In other space news, I already have that, Tessa. It provides traffic engineers with more important data seconds, which can help reduce the congestion along a corridor. Boston's chief of streets. Nice. City's hopeful that the early benefits will continue to grow as more traffic data is collected and the program expands. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's going to sound messed up, but I'm pretty sure you don't need an AI to figure out the traffic patterns. I mean, I'm just putting it out there. There's nothing smart enough to fix Boston traffic. Yes, I'm the chief street officer. They identified 2 intersections. So Huntington and Opera and Armory and Green. Those are busy intersections. They absolutely are. But yeah, I mean, Armory Street has lights like every 1/8 of a mile, probably less. There's so many intersections on that damn road. Hey Pedro, 913 sub. Hey Jay, I have a shuttle question if you have a moment. Sure. I'll wait. In the meantime, I'm going to read this nonsense I'm going to read this real quick. I'm sorry, I've already lost a lot of brain cells today, so let's see. Invoke national security or public interest reasons to justify national interest. Forge, where did you get this? I'd guess X. Ironic. Yeah, Mab, that's going to be cool. What is this maneuver at 2 minutes and 30 seconds? It was from an opinion article on The Atlantic that was deleted. Yeah, okay. I read through the whole thing. Definitely lost brain cells. Yeah, good. Keep op-ed pieces out of here, please. Yeah, that just... No problem, McNewbie. I'm here. So, Pedro, what are you talking about? So, this is an STS-65 recap video from Retrospace, okay? So, Retrospace just compiles B-roll and public footage from NASA and cuts them into videos, which is cool. It's cool. I know I've been spicy today. This is not bad. It's not a bad thing. So, what are we talking about here?
Looking for approach and land.
That was good.
Okay.
11,000. 10,000.
So this is a shuttle on approach. They're on approach to Edwards. This is a heading alignment maneuver. What they're doing is they're getting lined up with the runway. Street signal sequencing only works if I break the speed limit. Yeah, James, that's what I mean. You just RE that AI stuff real quick. Boston, nobody, you can't have deterministic models using AI of what's going on with the traffic when nobody adheres to the laws. No one adheres to the traffic laws. So they're using AI to figure out, optimize traffic patterns. You might see some improvement, but the road system is so bad that people just throw the rules of the road to the whim when they're in the city. In fact, that's the case for any city in the Northeast. Boston, New York, Philly, pick one. Everyone drives like crap. Everyone drives like crap because it's every person for themselves, because the road structure is so ridiculously bad. The only way to get where you can go is to be aggressive on the road. I don't understand. You said it the best, Will. There's no amount of logic that's going to fix that unless you redo the roads. So, like, I don't know. Using the AI to optimize interchanges is actually kind of cool, but it doesn't address the overarching problem here that our road system is awful. It's awful. That's the right way to say it.
Approach and land.
Yeah, Atlanta would be the same idea, Sawyer, at this point. Yeah, Atlanta does the same thing, but at least you have big enough highways to support it. But yeah, people still drive like doo-doo. So Pedro, the pilot warns the rest of the crew that there will be a yawing and pitch maneuver that will be happening around 2:38 to 2:35. You stop just before it happens. It looks unusual. Let me see. So back to the shuttle video. They're doing a heading alignment here to get aligned with the runway. And then what the shuttle is going to do, it's going to execute what's called a flare maneuver, where it basically noses the shuttle down at the ground. In order to land this shuttle correctly, you need to point the nose at the end of the runway, like nose dive. That is the only way for the shuttle to build up enough airspeed to generate enough lift combined with the ground effect to touch down at 0 vertical speed. You only have one chance to do it. But yeah, what you're talking about is the flare maneuver. Here, I'll show you. It's a yaw left and right, okay? You said yaw and pitch just a second ago. Oh. Okay.
That was good. 11,000. 10,000.
Approach and land.
Body flap coming to trail.
Here's the maneuver. Ready?
Ready.
Columbia Houston, on glide slope on 1, surface winds 15084.
Hey, Charles Precourt.
Roger.
That right there. I saw it. Let me see it again.
Trail.
Here's the maneuver. Ready?
Harrison maneuver.
Columbia Houston, on glide slope on 1, surface winds 15084.
Okay. I'm not sure what that is. So let's think about it here. I could go Google it, or we could put what we know to the test and then Google it and see if we were right. So why would you do that there? I think I already know. I don't know, maybe Aqualux. I couldn't really hear it too much. Why would you be testing anything with a yaw there, fellas? Who knows their shuttle stuff? Control surface test. Yeah, but you know the yaw control surfaces would already be on. So the rudder is already on. You're flying. You need to. They don't just enable it randomly, like right at the end. What do they enable at the very end of the flight? Yaw is the air brake. You got it. So if I had to guess, they're probably just testing the articulation on the air brake just to make sure that it works. And if for whatever reason it didn't, you'd be adjusting. You'd be adjusting to for the fact that you don't have speed brake. Because the shuttle's rudder, Pedro, can do this, right? It does this, but it also does that. It's the speed brake. So that's how you slow down. It'd probably be a good idea to make sure that that thing works. You know? But, see, here's the thing. The shuttle can adjust the you wouldn't be just using the speed brake at the very end, right? The speed brake, in fact, is open in this other picture. See? You can see it. It's open. And the body flap is trimmed down. So that means the shuttle's carrying payload. See that? See the flap? The flap at the very end is down, and the speed brake's up. Now, here's the thing. You can use the body flap to trim, right? But you could use the body flap in conjunction with the speed brake to actually just slow down. You can use both of these as a speed brake. Because if you just use the speed brake, it'd bring the nose up. If you just use the body flap to trim out, it'd put the nose down, right? So there's, if you use them both, you're actually just going to slow down. On energy at the 90, call. Yeah, they remind people about the maneuver. Yep. I'm not sure what it is, dude. We'd have to go look. Let's see it again.
Looking for approach and land.
Nav is good. 11,000. 10,000.
Approach and land.
Body flap coming to trail.
Here's the maneuver. Ready?
Ready.
Copy Houston, on glide slope on 1, surface winds 150 at 4.
Here's the maneuver ready. He could have said that. It's really hard to say. They say you're going to feel a roll and a yaw. They could be just doing one final test of the control surfaces, but I don't see why you would want to do that. Go back to 201. Yeah.
Okay, guys, don't forget.
Columbia, on energy at the 90.
On energy at the 90. Don't forget this maneuver at 8,000, 9,000 feet. You're going to feel a roll and a yaw. Don't worry.
MLS.
15,000.
That's Bob Cabana on that mission. Yeah, he was the deputy NASA administrator. He just stepped down. He retired, I think, like a couple months ago. Yeah, he's flying the mission. He flew the shuttle 4 times, which is pretty cool. So for a split second, you know, for a couple of months, or actually think about a year, NASA had the NASA administrator who flew into space. Pam Melroy's the deputy administrator who flew the shuttle like 3 or 4 times, and Bob Cabana was the deputy associate administrator. So the number 1, 2, and 3 at NASA all have flown into space. But Bob Cabana stepped down, and I forget who replaced him. Yes, that's him talking. Yeah, he's the commander of this mission.
Awesome.
Roger, MLS.
It's the heading alignment maneuver. Yeah.
One white.
1 happy on the nominal aim point.
Something to do with gyros. The shuttle doesn't have gyros. It doesn't have those. Buran did. The shuttle does not. Shuttle uses its thrusters for station keeping in space. Frankly, there's no room for those. Like, if we really want to be technical, there ain't no room for that.
Looking for approach and land.
Nav is good.
Hey, Za.
11,000. 10,000.
Approach and land.
Body flap coming to trail.
Here's the maneuver. Ready?
Ready.
Columbia, Houston, on glide slope on 1, surface winds 150 at 4.
It sounds like heading alignment, dudes, but if you guys want to go dig into it,
Roger.
you can. But now we gotta... Actually, I said it was Edwards earlier. That might be the Cape. It is the Cape. It looked like Edwards for a second. That looks like the dry lake bed, but it's not. That's the VAB right there. So they're landing at runway 33 at the shuttle landing facility. That's the VAB, and there's the crawlerway. It looked like the dry lake bed for a second. I caught it at passing glance there. It says KSC in the title. Yeah, I noticed that.
Looking good. 5,000 feet radar.
Roger,
Radar
radar.
2 is good.
If the VAB was on the right-hand side, they would not be coming from the north, though.
Radar 1 is good.
Thank you.
I mean, we've got to watch the landing. You're not going to not watch the landing.
3,000.
Oh, dude, the thing falls like a brick. I mean, the flare maneuver, heading alignment and flare is crazy. I mean, obviously I've never flown on the shuttle. I've watched a bajillion of these, right? Dude, I'm telling you, you point the shuttle at the end of the runway. You point the nose at the end of the runway. The shuttle is like minus 20 or minus 30 downward angle of attack. It is so counterintuitive. Like, if you're a pilot and you watched, you could see the heads-up display, you'd be like, that's okay. But watch this shot as it zooms out. Dude, it is falling. That thing can only fly for a second. They made it, the engineers at Rockwell made this thing good enough to touch its wheels down, and that's it. Because, yeah, why would you make it fly good down here? That doesn't make any sense. Don't get me wrong, fellas. It's not like they built the thing and they said, it flies awful down here. No, that was entirely intended. It flies awful down here because it flies really good up there. That's the kind of stuff we're looking, that's why I'm doing the wind tunnel testing with Dart in KSP. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. I'm not making Dart fly well down here. I'm just making it fly good enough to touch down. We want to make it fly well up there so you can steer it through reentry because it's not a capsule, right? It ain't a capsule.
Speed brake coming in.
I mean, you look
Okay.
look at that thing fall.
Landing gear at about
In the flare, on the gear.
Here is armed and have a light.
Dude, look at the damn thing. That thing is falling out of the sky. Look at the contrails.
500. 400.
Gear.
Gears coming.
So you basically pull up at the very, like, right before you come up on the approach to the runway. You pull the nose up. And that exposes the whole underside. That exposes the whole belly of the shuttle to laminar. And then that combined with the ground effect is just enough to get you to land. It's just enough. Like, this thing is on the ragged edge of working. But physics doesn't change, right? As long as the shuttle's intact, it'll do it every time.
On the ball
Landing
bar.
gear is now down.
100.
Gear down.
Damn, that thing is so cool.
50 and 250. 40 and 235. 30. 25. 15. 10. 5. Touch.
Main gear
Speed
touchdown.
brakes waiting for 179.
Oh, you can see him moving the speed brakes.
179 arm and deploy.
Shoot.
Coming.
Zero take.
I see 1, 1, 1.5, 1, 1.5,
And nose gear touchdown.
You got to be careful about your rotation with this thing. You bring that, I mean, look at that. That front gear is super tiny. You bring that thing down too fast, you're gonna mess things up. Let me put it to you like that. Were there any really bad landings in the STS career? No, just during the approach and landing, they had some trouble. So the short answer is when the shuttle's coming into land, right? And they touch those wheels down. If you over rotate, it'll basically try to bring the engines into the ground. It has a really, really high positive pitch moment at high angle of attack during low airspeed during landing. So it's really easy to overcompensate and bring the nose down really fast because you'll feel it going up and then you put the stick forward and it slams the nose into the ground. That's why they're calling nose rotation, and that's why they're very careful with it.
15.
I mean, that and, you can't see the damn thing. You don't really have that good of a view
Brakes waiting for 1.
because, the nose of the shuttle is up in the air at this point. I mean, look, it's pointed 20 degrees up. You need to. That's the only way you could land this thing. It's not landing any other way. You have to do it like that. That's why a lot of, just for instance, a lot of if I'm remembering right, I mean, obviously shuttle astronauts, you know, like the people that like piloted and commanded the missions, Air Force test pilots, Navy pilots. Because let's be real, if you can catch the third string on a carrier landing in the middle of the dark with no lights on, I'm pretty sure you can land the shuttle. I mean, I would say a carrier landing is pretty insane. Shuttle's pretty tame, just you could see the runway, you know. Yeah, like Bob Cabana was a Marine Corps aviator, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, guy's a beast. Found this DTO 254, page 43, doc page 37. All right, what do we got? I'm telling you, dudes, the shuttle was nuts. Like, here, we'll check that in a moment. I'm super hype about Starship and Falcon 9, and all this stuff is awesome. Don't get me wrong, like that Fram 2 mission that we talked about a little bit earlier. It's all awesome. It's great. It's fantastic. Nothing has captured the excitement that a shuttle mission has done. Flight 4 for Starship came very close. It came very close. That was, and Falcon Heavy test flight came close, but those weren't. Dude, even the kind of ladder shuttle missions, like 130, 131, 132, 133, those missions were awesome. They were so cool. Every shuttle mission was special. All right. Shuttle landing on a flight deck carrier. It's a great way to turn the shuttle into a very expensive watercraft. All right, let's take a look. Landing and braking parameters. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Okay. Subsonic aerodynamics verification part 2. The subsonic maneuver was performed during final approach to landing. The data were given to the sponsor for evaluation. Initial results indicate that the aileron and rudder inputs were as expected. The final results of this DTO will be published in separate documentation. Oh. Mutter, is this? Oh, it was a test. Okay. Developmental test objectives, detailed supplementary objectives. A total of 16 DTOs and 16 detailed supplementary objectives were assigned to the STS-65 mission. Entry aerodynamics control surface test, subsonic aerodynamics verification. Yep, there you go. Alternate Elevon schedule, part 7. All 5 of the planned PTIs were performed. Preliminary analysis of these data show vehicle response compares well with that predicted from Ames VMS simulations. Data have been given to the sponsor for evaluation, and the results were reported in the same documentation. They were testing something with the shuttle's control surfaces, Pedro. Yeah, they were testing something. I was gonna say it's not heading alignment, and I haven't seen that before. So, I mean, they could have been testing the speed brake, right? Like that was my original kind of hypothesis. Weren't too far off, but dude, there's so many components to this damn shuttle. I'm still learning things about it. Hasn't been flying for more than a decade. Still learn things about the shuttle program and Apollo for what it's worth. You still learn things like this. And the cool thing about the shuttle stuff is that it's all public resource. You can learn anything. It's great. You can learn about every single test that they did and et cetera, which goes back to that whole transparency thing, you know, that kind of was the topic of choice for last week, you know, with the whole Starliner thing going on. Oh, Hawaii Mars. We actually looked at that at the beginning of the stream, Alex. Yeah, cool. Did the shuttle ever do a full rideshare mission? The shuttle, actually, yeah. Not a full rideshare mission, Sea Kraken, because they didn't think there was enough market to do a full rideshare. I mean, in the 80s, I think that's fair. What the shuttle did was the Getaway Special. The Getaway Special program was selling the aggregate payload space from a shuttle, from shuttle flight, to commercial partners and universities and stuff. Basically, if the shuttle was going up to do to deploy a TDRS, right? So shuttle has 25 tons payload capacity. A TDRS is like 12. So you have 12 extra. You have 12 tons of aggregate space. You can put whatever in there. I mean, I would contend to say that nowadays, with the explosion of the commercial market, something like the shuttle would be especially useful. But it would be especially useful if it was. I wouldn't develop that for a commercial market. I wouldn't develop that for that. You know what I mean? It would be good if the shuttle was still flying, but not. You wouldn't. I mean, SpaceX with their transporter is. The transporter missions and Rocket Lab doing their thing would basically make something like that useless. The shuttle would be way too complicated compared to something like that. You'd have to, in order to make it profitable, you'd have to fly basically on the planned flight rate on the flight rate that Falcon 9 is flying on right now. But Falcon 9 basically does that every flight. It gets its first stage back first and foremost, right? And it can launch. Falcon 9 can't launch as much as the shuttle, but it can almost launch as much as the shuttle. It's close. 23.5, I think, is what Falcon 9 can do with a drone ship landing nowadays. Make shuttles fly again. Stumbled across a sweet photo of Enterprise that was recently scanned at the United States National Archives. This is fitment tests, Vulcan, where they fitted Enterprise to, yeah. They built a stack. I'm not sure if this is developmental stuff or if that's STS-1 stack or if those are nerd SRBs or real ones, but yeah, this was fitment tests for the pad. This was in 79. Yeah, this was in like I think actually 78 or 79. I don't remember. Cool footage. Cool thing though. Hey, what do we got here? Yes, I'm looking at the cars. Shut up. Got a Suburban there. Got a fire truck. Pinto. All right, let's go. Ford. Chevy van. Very nice. Like the A-Team van. Still wanted by the government. Mac R Series, baby. Let's go. Let's go, R Series. Hell yeah. The beast mode of a truck. What else we got? Anything else? Pneumatics. Bird. Volkswagen? Chevy Square Body. All right, let's go. Let's go, dude. Freaking Mac R Series. What the heck's that thing doing there? Oh, look at all the brown, Vulcan. Vulcan, do you see? Oh, look at every car is brown. It's all brown. I love it. Brown or beige and brown. It's freaking great. Oh, they're so brown. I love it. It's so bad. Okay, is it me, but is the nitrogen storage on the side of 39A deflector build just extremely nostalgic for anybody else? The nitrogen storage on the side of 39. Pneumatics has always been there, dude. Yeah. Pneumatics has always been there since the Apollo era. Pneumatics is still there. What it's worth. Pneumatics is over here, and then HVAC systems are, believe it or not, over here. Yeah, there's HVAC on the other side of the pad, so you could keep everything cool. The turbines in the HVAC system on the other side are no joke. I've been in there, dude. I've stood next to them. They're pretty cool. The turbos are probably like, I don't know, a meter in diameter. Yeah, they have these huge turbines that are designed to generate enough. It's a compressor that's attached to an electric motor. They're blue. They're painted blue, and they're on these huge concrete pedestals. And they're designed to pump cool air up the fixed service structure. And during the Apollo program, they were designed to pump cool air up the launch umbilical tower. That's to keep all the systems on the rocket while the rocket is powered down, A, clear of FOD, and B, foreign object debris, and B, keep them cool. Yep. I've always just loved the look of it, though. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. It's funny because in KSP, they thought that was the flame deflector. Look at KSP's launch pads, dude. It'll ruin it. You know what? I'm probably... I shouldn't say that because, yeah, that I just probably ruined it for a bunch. Sorry. You saw nothing. Also, peep the rotating surface structure. It's still not painted. Yep. Yeah, it's that they just took the LUT and just, why don't we just take the launch umbilical tower and put it over there? And now it's fixed. So now it's a fixed surface structure. Yep. You know what's weird? The RSSs are like a fever dream, dude. Neither of them are there anymore. You just ruined it. Sorry. My bad. I'd want to see a Starship launch off this bad boy off of a mobile launcher. Can you imagine an ML with Starship on top of it? Just build the OLM right into the center of that sucker. That would be pretty cool. Telling you, man, Starship is prime for an ML or mobile launcher platform, like the shuttle. Keep the tower fixed. Move the OLMs off the pad. Why, do you ask? Well, one, easy upgrades to the OLM, which SpaceX clearly needs. Pad 2 that they're building at Boca Chica looks nothing like Pad 1 except for the tower. We'll look at more pictures in a second. But also, if your rocket misses and lands on the thing, you might want to be able to swap it out pretty fast, huh? See? Yeah, when you think about it, it makes good sense. Stop daydreaming. You shut your filthy mouth. Shut your filthy mouth. I don't want any more bull crap, especially from me at this juncture. Okay, Grandpa, time to take your pill. It's a good idea and you know it. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Gosh dang son of a... Sorry. A mobile launcher platform, an MLP, that's what that thing is called. If your service tower is on the ML, it's just called a mobile launcher. Like Vulcan or Atlas or Saturn V or SLS. They took the launch umbilical tower and put it over there. The reason why is because if there was a launch umbilical tower right here and you went to launch this, the end of the shuttle SRBs would hit the launch umbilical tower on the way up. Remember, the shuttle goes that way when it launches a little bit. It slews that way. That's why the flame deflectors for the SRBs are long. See? They're a rectangle. Rectangles! Because the whole shuttle slews off the pad sideways. So if you had your launch umbilical tower right there, like what they were trying to do with the Saturn V, yeah, you'd hit it. That's why they moved it off to the side. Actually moved it off to the side. You could see where the tower was. This was an Apollo. This was a Saturn V launcher. You can see that they just took the tower off and they stacked it on the pads. 2 of them. And then they... Oh boy. Vulcan, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. This is your fault, man. It's your fault. You're making me do this. Okay? So they disassembled the launch umbilical towers. There were 3 of them. They used 2 of them to make the fixed service structures at 39A and 39B. That left them with a bunch of extra segments. And they took the platforms and they made the platforms into shuttle mobile launchers. They took the rest of them, the rest of the segments that they didn't need, and they stacked them in a yard behind KSC. Just in case we decided to switch our architecture back to a stick rocket. They sat there until the 2000s, and then we scrapped them. It's a great solar farm, though. I'm sure the carbon emissions from building another mobile launcher is going to certainly be less than that solar farm. I'm sure. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's not like, you know, making a rocket launch pad takes a lot of energy. Nice picture though, Vulcan. Great picture, man. I'm actually serious about the picture. This is pretty rad, dude. With surface structure stainless, it's just steel. See, Kraken. I did in my video game, so I know it's easy. Oh, yeah, of course. Red service towers just look cooler. I mean, it's also lead-based paint, but I'm sorry, there's just an aesthetic about the red service tower with the black and white rocket. It just looks awesome. I don't give a frick what anybody says. Looks amazing. The gray is cool too, but it's gray. Painted brown. Anyway, good question, Pedro. What else do we got here? We saw Lofted, saw Fram 2, we saw the updates. Rocket Lab is working, and we saw Tim's video there. Rocket Lab is working on Neutron's reusable fairings. Pretty high fidelity model there. Either that's a very incomplete fairing for Neutron, or it's a test article. That may have just came out of the autoclave, but this does have the build-up in carbon composites right there for some accoutrement. Accoutrement, what the heck is that? No, see, there's mounting points for things, so that actually looks like at least a high level of production fairing there, not just a model like that first one that Peter Beck is standing in. Camelot. It's only a model. Shh. You like using that fancy word. Yep. It's preliminary flight hardware, I'd say. The Neutron fairings have now reached a high level of development and are successfully being used in the operation of Nofurtronians. The paint was made of clear lead, if I recall correctly. If memory serves, lead was in paint as a white pigment before titanium white, whereas the red protective paint was mostly just sacrificial iron. Interesting. Okay, so what else we got here? This is coming from NASA's SLS account. I saw this. Teams with NASA Ground Systems at NASA Kennedy met with engineering experts at an amusement park to share knowledge on a new braking system NASA is using for its launch pad emergency egress system. Oh, that's cool. This is oh crap, there's something wrong on the pad. Get out of the spacecraft quick. Run to this thing and get away from the pad really, really fast thing. It's a slide wire basket. This is the emergency egress system, emergency pad egress system. Yeah. It's why the SLS mobile launcher is out there right now. The tube behind the Rocket Lab door, isn't it? Over there? Yeah. Yeah, so in case something really goes wrong on the pad and the astronauts can't use the elevators. No, don't take the stairs. Take the slide wire basket in case of pad fire. I've always had a question for that basket. The line is suspended from the tower? Yeah? That's correct. Has to be tested regularly. I heard it's a lot of fun. Yep. Well, that reminds me. Keep an eye on 36 for the next 7 to 14 days. I hope you like seeing rockets firing. Yeah, I figured that might be happening soon. Nice. Can we do training drills in that? Asking for a friend. If you're an astronaut, sure. All right. I'm just... Oh, dude, that Raptor 2 thread, or the Raptor 3 thread between Tori Bruno and everybody else is still going. You want to jump in there real quick? We'll see what's going on. Oh, Tori got community noted. Rip. Unfortunately, didn't catch any shooting stars. It's a nice picture, though, Sevi. He got noted. That sucks. Oh, this is a great thread. Excuse the bad language. I saw something down here. Who necroed the thread, first of all? It's 9th August 3rd. This guy necroed the thread. Sorry for the hate you're getting. Yeah. At the minimum, they should update their advertising. They boast about their 155 missions over decades, while SpaceX sent 100 missions to space last year alone. 96. I think you were wrong. 155 missions with 100% success rate is still dang good. I'm the biggest SpaceX fan out there, but a smart one. Smart enough to not be blind to others' accomplishments. Does ULA deserve more money than SpaceX in your opinion? Because SpaceX did, in fact, launch a rocket just about every 3 days last year. 90% of all mass into orbit from Earth was due to SpaceX. ULA currently gets more money in contracting. ULA is a competitor, sure, but a bad one. Incorrect. That's incorrect. To what part? ULA has been kept alive by the taxpayers since the politicians need to get their money to their districts and paying insane amounts. See this person? This person has no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. Yep. That is like 100% wrong. Yeah. Wow. Okay. What is Tori saying I'm incorrect about? Kind of lost. Help me. To my knowledge, all that information is correct. None of that is correct. What parameters could one compare to show ULA to be competitive with SpaceX in the context of that parameter? Win rate? Okay. From the help of your military contractor parents, not your market competitiveness. Do people not understand how ULA became a thing? These didn't even think that he may have been talking about the rate-winning government contracts. Haven't looked up the stats. Would surprise me. What wouldn't surprise me if he's correct. I'm sorry. I just thought there was an update to this thread. I thought there would be more Tori Bruno. If by buddy you mean shared ownership between two of them, yes, competition in space launch services would be nice. Sucks that no one has been able to keep up with SpaceX and needs handouts from the government to not go out of business. That $38 billion block buy from Amazon would suggest otherwise. What year does that guy think it is? Do you think it's like 2015 or something? Like, you know, it's 2024, right? ULA is a huge commercial contract with Amazon for Project Kuiper. It's like 38 launches or something. Largest block buy in history ever. Bigger than the Saturn V block buy. Amazon bought 38 launches, guys. 38. And then 9 Atlas V missions on top of that. With ULA. And then they bought, I think, what was it, like 10 Ariane 6 launches and then 10 New Glenn launches? Yes, Amazon bought 10 New Glenn launches from New Glenn. Or from Blue Origin. Yeah. Hey, whatever. I'm not mad. More money for space. Weird way of doing it, but hey. Yeah, Tessa, I said that the other day on stream. I'm just curious where Tori Bruno is. I mean, Buddy is in the government of special interest in Boeing and Lockheed because the relationship is so ingrained from the military contracting and weapons manufacturing that I believe the reason ULA wins contracts is because the government is rubbing their back. Incorrect. The National Security Block Buy made 2 awards, 60% of the missions for the winner, 40% for second place. ULA, SpaceX, Northrop Grumman, and Blue Origin competed. Northrop Grumman and Blue lost. No award. ULA is the highest technical score and the lowest price. We won 60%, SpaceX won 40. I mean, that's right. The ULA did get 60% of the contract. I'm not sure what lowest price is. I mean, because obviously ULA got paid more because they're launching more. But, I mean, you'd have to look at dollars per kilogram of total missions launched through 2028 for the national. They're talking about the National Security Space Launch Contract that was handed out, the Phase 2 Launch Services Procurement Contract. That's what he's specifically talking about. ULA did win 60%, SpaceX won 40% of a good majority of launches, of Department of Defense launches through 2028. The DoD likes to make sure they always have a way for a foreseeable future. For the foreseeable future, two different ways, redundant dissimilar architecture. There's that phrase again. To get satellites up into space. ULA is handling 60% of total launches, of total assigned launches, and SpaceX 40. There is another pool of launches, about 20% more launches than, percentages here, of missions that could be bid on by, on a case-to-case basis. So the idea with that NSSL contract is actually a legendary piece of, I would say legislation, but it kind of is, but it kind of isn't. It's really good. It allows for the commercial market to bid on different missions. If that was a big deal at the time, guys. Yeah, NSSL was a really good thing. That came out of the Space Force, same space policies that did like Space Force and a bunch of other things. NSSL killed the EELV program, the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program. The EELV program was what that guy was talking about. ULA was the sole contractor for the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program, carrying two launch vehicles, Delta IV and Atlas V, for redundant dissimilar architecture for the same exact reasons. But everybody says, ULA is dependent on the government. Yeah, because the launch market dried up in the late 90s because of the dot-com crash. Yeah, they forget to say that part. ULA is there for a very good reason. That, and they caught Boeing and Lockheed spying on each other. Yeah, there's also that. That was a component. So the government kind of said, you need to make this entity and you need to field two rockets because we always want to launch stuff into space, because the commercial market literally went from booming to nothing in, 2 years. Yeah, the whole market dried up like that. Hey, Bradley, 48-month resub. There's your primer for what this means. So, sorry, that was a lot of information very, very quickly. Whoa! That's John Edwards. With the chair! Incorrect. SpaceX received the higher technical score. Oh. Wow. Does he say anything about technical score here? Oh, he did. Oh. Who actually received the higher technical score? I don't know, Farn. I'd have to go look again. He was the part that I said he was right about was 60%, 40%. Sorry, I should have clarified again. Yeah, NSSL is, you should be able to go look it up. NSSL Phase 2 Launch Services Procurement. It's called LSP for short. So NSSL LSP. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, maybe, Tessa. That's a good theory. Interesting. Now we got to go look. Hang on. I'm looking through a PDF. Give me 1 second. There's nothing about technical here. I'm not sure. We'd have to go digging. I just saw that this thread got necroed, so I was kind of wondering. I mean, Tori Bruno's right about that. He's right about this. That part is right. I don't know about technical score. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure. John Edwards, though. Woo. Woo. It's still got the shovels. Whatever it is, it's the best kind of score. Yeah, that's right. That just popped up that in the feed, that freaking thing going on there. What is technical score? Basically, the ability to be able to move national security payloads where they need to go. Basically showing that you can. Yeah. Yeah. The pinpoint orbit insertion, for the most part, iron, stuff like that. Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of... Do they have scores on subsections, or is it an overall score? Part of my ignorance. It depends on the type of mission, Huzzah, if I'm remembering correctly. Please, it's been a while since I've looked at anything with Phase 2 LSP. That's old. That was old news, so I kind of threw it out the back, except what I told you. Is it possible that ULA was higher due to having the proper bearings? Guys, part of me in the back of my mind is like, Vulcan with the Centaur with the RL-10s is... You'd be hard-pressed to beat pinpoint orbital insertion like that. I'm not 100% sure how SpaceX could do it with Falcon 9, but it's clear that they can. To be honest with you, it's very clear that they can, or else they wouldn't have got a contract. So, let's put it to you like that. I mean, that's still... The NSSL Phase 2 LSP is the one that killed Omega, though, which kind of sucks, but... Procurement usually has a score for contract and one for technical ability. Yeah, an engineer, that's right. They have like a couple of different brackets. I know the exact chart that you're talking about, where they have like a small breakdown at the beginning of the document. I've seen it, I just don't remember what's in it, dude. It's been too long. I'm a SpaceX fanboy, like most of us, but those Delta pinpoint insertions are unbeatable. Yeah, I mean, Centaur, Tessa, yeah. Yeah, Daitor, I think in this day and age, something like Omega could be quite profitable, considering that Northrop Grumman's other rocket ceased to exist after February 22nd, 2022. Yeah, Northrop Grumman at the time said that they're not going to pursue doing Omega because they have Antares. Why would they build another launch vehicle? Antares, with a core stage that's manufactured in the Ukraine with Russian rocket engines. Whoops. Yeah, they're bringing back Antares and making a newer version where they had to completely redesign the entire launch vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, they're using Firefly engines, if I'm understanding correctly, for the next version of Antares. You could have just made Omega and not had this problem. Just putting it out there. All right. There's a little bit more news. Let's see what's good. I'll check to see if NSF has anything of doing the rounds, but check this one out. This one's coming from the BBC. Reservoir of liquid water was found deep on Martian rocks. This was actually very recent. Let's see. Scientists have discovered a reservoir of liquid water. Accoutrement. What the heck is that? Scientists have discovered a reservoir of liquid water on Mars, deep in the rocky outer crust of the planet. The findings come from a new analysis of data from NASA's InSight lander, which touched down on the planet back in 2018. InSight is actually done. It broke. Ran out of power. It didn't break. It ran out of power. That's what happened. Dust built up on the solar panels. Yeah. So Insight had a seismometer. That's what this thing is. And it had a drill. See, you can tell it's a drill because of the way it is. Okay, so this is data reviewed from Insight. Cool, cool. The lander carried a seismometer which recorded 4 years of vibrations, Mars quakes from deep inside the red planet. Analyzing those quakes and exactly how the planet moves revealed seismic signals of liquid water. While there's water frozen at the Martian poles and evidence of vapor in the atmosphere, this is the first time liquid water has been found on the planet. The findings are published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. InSight scientific mission ended in December 22 after lander sat quietly listening to the pulse of Mars for 4 years. In that time, the probe recorded more than 1,319 quakes. By measuring how fast seismic waves travel, scientists have worked out what material they are most likely to be moving through. Yep. Those are actually the same techniques we use to prospect for water on Earth or to look for oil and gas. Did you find any of that? Said Professor Michael his last name's Manga? Cool. Right on, man. From the University of California, Berkeley, who was involved in the research. The analysis revealed reservoirs of water. Why do I keep saying mater? I don't know. Water at depths of about 6 to 12 miles, 10 to 20 kilometers in the Martian crust. Okay. We're going to liberate Mars. Yeah, right. Understanding the Martian water cycle is crucial for understanding the evolution of the climate, surface, and interior, said Vashen Wright from UC San Diego's Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Professor Manga added that the water was the most important molecule in shaping the evolution of a planet. The finding, he said, answers a big question of where did all the Martian water go? Studies of the surface of Mars with its channels and ripples show that in ancient times there were rivers and lakes on the planet, but for 3 billion years it has been a desert. Some of that water was lost to space when Mars lost its atmosphere, but much of our water is underground, and there's no reason for that not to be the case on Mars too. Interesting. Cool. We should go there and, like, you know, drink it. Would SpaceX ever sell Raptor engines to another entity? Don't think so. I mean, maybe, who knows? At least the Martian water won't be full of microplastics. Okay. Yeah, that's it. 12 to 16 miles. It would take years just to drill it. It's there, though. That's important. Yeah, he didn't say anything about finding oil, though. Just saying, if Mars billions of years ago had rivers and deltas and channels and oceans and stuff, I'm just saying there's water down there. There's probably oil down there, too. Just saying. They had oil, the U.S. would have landed 40 years ago. That's not how that works. You know what? It's my stream. That is how that works. How about you do me a favor? Stop talking for a little while. It's my stream. What are you doing in my stream? Get out of my stream. Tell me I'm wrong. It's my stream. I'm the main character. Go away. That crap in here. I'm not going to take that. Get out of my thread. What are you doing in my thread? Anyway. What would be the best way to get oil off of another planet besides drilling? What? Okay. I don't know. I don't know how oil is there on Mars, if it's there at all. I have no idea. Drilling, Mars drilling. We'll call it Mars drilling. Mars drilling. It's one word. Mars drill. Yeah. How much oil would it have to cost to be worth transporting it to Earth? So Viper, dude, even if like there were just pools of like tar pits on the surface of Mars right now, it wouldn't, bringing it back here would probably not be the smart thing to do. That's not what I would do. I would use it to make things and then bring those things back here. Yeah, that's what I would do. First you'd use it to make civilization on Mars. That's probably a good idea. I mean, dude, you have... So the thing about oil, guys, is, I mean, apart from like lubrication and stuff, oil has a very high energy density compared to a bunch of other things. I mean, it's not as high as nuclear. We all have seen that XKCD before. It's not as high as nuclear, but I mean, it's enough to sustain civilization. You need energy. You gotta have energy to do anything. You want to make something. You want to make a car. Energy. Because you need. I mean, what do you need to do to make a car? You need to make steel. So you got to mine the iron. You need mining equipment to do that. Unless you're sending 1,000 people with shovels. In which case, what do you breathe out? Still carbon emissions. You still need energy. You just got to feed these people. So now instead of fuel, you have 1,000 people doing your mining, right? Instead, now you have to feed them. You know what I mean? Energy is a zero-sum game. Now, don't get me wrong. There are better applications. There are more efficient applications depending on what you're doing with energy. But you need energy to do any civilization stuff. That's kind of important. All right. There is an NSF update here from the 6th to the 9th. This is coming from Mary and Jack and Starbase Live. Let's see what's good down there. It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to have to try and bring that oil back. Use it to make other things, right? Like if we use that oil to, I don't even know, get water out of the ground, but we have plenty of potable water here, so that doesn't make any sense either. Maybe manufacturing steel, something that has high carbon emissions that we could send back here, or manufacturing of goods. Manufacturing in the vacuum would be nice, but yeah, you can do that in low Earth orbit. So who knows? You mean we can't harness the power of hopes and dreams? Maybe in the future. Continued OLM work. Yeah, Tessa, maybe. Mars could be a good candidate for that. Yeah, build a mining ship that can go mine other planets. Because Mars has about 1/3 of the gravity, guys. So, yeah, super useful. about that Molina orbit the other day. Didn't know it was the first time for Falcon 9, and sorry if you've already covered it. Oh, the what mission was it? The Arctic satellite broadband? That was a Molina insertion? I didn't know that. That's cool, man. It was over the weekend, Belk, because over the last 2 to 3 weeks, everybody just decides to launch on Saturday or Sunday because, frick me, you know, SpaceX had that return to flight. They did 3 missions over the weekend. Then there was 3 missions over the last 2 weeks, dude. Here, you want to hear a stat? We looked it up. Over the last 2 weeks, 66% of Falcon 9 launches have been done on the weekends. Yeah, we looked it up. There have been 9 launches since the return to flight. 6 of them were launched on the weekend. That sucks. That's cool. I didn't know it was a Molina orbit. That's really neat, though, Belk. It's cool. Norway defense satellite. The New England design is not going. The new Flaperon is not going to fly on Flight 5 REM. That's a couple of flights out, from what I understand. Is your face on a dartboard in Elon's office or something, dude? I'm starting to think so. See that, guys? It's a giant hammer. Hammering a giant stake into the frickin' ground. Pile driver. Cool. Those are concrete pylons. You wouldn't be driving a concrete pylon into the ground, T-Man. That's steel, whatever it is. That's also a single piston engine diesel. Yeah. Yep. That's a concrete pumper truck. They're putting some concrete in there. Yeah, the elevator works. Up, 14.1 test tank. There it goes. More slap tests. This is going towards the pad. Yeah, see, that's a small testing article. Yeah. Yowza. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. That module 6 right there is a thing to hold tower segments. It holds the tower segments because they make them in prefabricated segments and then they move them to the pad for stacking. We're going to see them break the 8800 crane. Has that thing, I haven't actually checked, has that thing done anything since they broke it the other day? I'm pretty sure it hasn't. Yes, this is an office building. It has. Huh. Interesting. Still repairing? The new pin was moved to the pad today and they're working on fixing it right now. One ram replaced and they've lifted it. Yeah. Cool. That, yeah, they had to, that's what I mean. They had to look over that whole freaking thing. You have to fix it and you have to make sure it's good. There's the load spreader. So those pistons are stabilizers. That's the jib stabilizer that on that CC8800. There's stabilizers all over him. You could see the stabilizer that's holding the main boom to the house right there. See that? It's that diagonal line. Those stabilizers are to prevent shock loads, ironically, and a shock load sheared one off. What crane is broken? The CC8800, the thing that's building the new tower. Hey, Dat Boy, 10-month resub. Thank you. We're using the crane to put that thing on. Ship 30 with spin prime. Ship 33 was stacked. I think 33 is the one with the upgraded wings, right, guys? 31 and 32. 31 was made. They scrapped 32. 33 is the block 2. Up there it is. Yep. See what I mean? This is what I was saying on Flame Trench. You got to use that telescoping crane right there. You got to take this thing apart. And they take it apart in segments. The telescoping crane is a crane that doesn't need to be assembled. The lattice cranes, you ain't moving that in one piece. So they take it apart. He moved the end piece right there in the cap. 1331 is the last. 13 to 31 is the last of block 1. Cool. Yep. Guy in the telehandler's moving the ties out of the way. Okay. See, they're reconfiguring. They're adding a lattice segment so that they're adding that lattice segment so the crane can be taller to stack the taller segments of the tower. And then they reattach it. It's just like a big Lego kit, dudes. And then see that thing right there? That thing that's kind of hanging? They'll reattach that somewhere. Note that there is another. I was gonna say that's a telehandler for those guys. I wonder if they're gonna replace the stabilizer. Did we see any pictures of that? It's been a while. When did you stop wearing the aviators? 2017, Justin. I haven't worn the aviators on like a regular basis since then. Yeah, late 2017. It has been a while, dude. Think they will make a SpaceX transformer set that has bolts, that has bots that turn into one bigger bot. Sure. Bro, they have this, they have a thing called Mechazilla, and Mechazilla grabs rockets out of the air and builds them all in one shot. And that's not good enough for you? You're gonna sit here and ask me if they make Voltron? They have arguably the closest thing to that. And you're like, no. When are they gonna make Voltron? What do you want me to do? Like, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've been with you since you built a fully functioning F-14 with the folding wings and KSP. That was definitely before 20... The first time I attempted it, Justin, was definitely before that. What was your name on Twitch? Oh, dude, you should see the stuff I built after that. Voltron, when are they building Space Battleship Yamato? Most amazing KSP player in history. Well, hell, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming back. Justin, I'm failing to remember what your name was on Twitch to see all that. Hey, EJ, when Voltron? Shut. Interesting note, Ship 30 had an engine swap and they only did spin prime, no static fire. There's the test stand. Bum 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 Spa-ba-ba-bum. Spa-ba-ba-bum. Bum. That's the real patch fuzz. Bum, 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 bum. Bro, I don't even remember. I just logged into YouTube for the first time in a while, and this was the first thing I see. Dude, I remember when you were building the space shuttle, and the game used to lag so bad. Yeah, Justin, yeah, you know, you were definitely there. Those are key details, man. I mean, I always lag the game, dude, but yeah. That's vet. Yep. I hate Boca, to be honest. Spent 2 days there and got eaten by mosquitoes, Rudy. This is over in the YouTube chat, Twitch guys, in case you're wondering. Get the frick up. Get the frick up. Those stabilizers right there are the ones that one of those popped, so they must have replaced it. Oh no, this is when the incident occurred. Yeah, watch right up in here. Oh. Oh, that's bad. That's definitely a pucker moment right there. Yeah, watch the dolly. And watch the dude next to the dolly. Oh, they put it in fast forward. I used to watch you and this other guy. I think his name was Das or something like that. Yeah, Justin, Das runs this website right here now. He doesn't stream anymore. Only on there. But yeah, he runs NSF. I work for NSF too. On Fridays, the Flame Trench. Candid rocket discussion. It's mostly candid because of me. No, it's fun rocket discussion. Yeah, Creeper, there it is. It's definitely broken. Clip in real time. Yep. Yeah, they broke it, so they've been fixing it over the weekend. It's gonna take some time. Candid rocket discussion, that's right. Jack has the potty mouth on the flame trench. He he definitely does. Yeah. Did Jack do an
Chapter 3 finally fires up. Well, Ship 3...
That's my boy right there! That's my boy!
It just did a spin prime test. But now, SpaceX is saying that both Flight 5 vehicles are ready to go. But are they? Meanwhile, Booster 14.1 test tank is back at Pad A and ready for more catch testing. And we did a flyover this week, so we get to examine everything in detail from the air. Howdy, Tank Watchers. I'm Jack Byer for NSF, and this is your Starbase Update, sponsored by Henson Shaving.
Water towers fly! Yes! Sorry, I had to. Yikes, you bet. We don't need any more of those.
Let's start off with Ship 30, which has had quite an interesting week, to say the least. If you remember from our last episode, Ship 30 had completed a static flight at the Massey Outpost before being rolled back to the Sanchez site to have work done on its heat shield. However, it was then rolled into Mega Bay 2, where SpaceX swapped out one of its Raptor vacuum engines. As is usual with these vehicles, when an engine swap occurs, everything needs to be tested and checked out once again. And that's exactly what SpaceX
Adam, what's up, man? Ciao, come stai?
Sort of. After the engine swap, Ship 30 was removed from the work stand inside Mega Bay 2 and installed on the static fire stand, which we lovingly call the crab stand because of the way it is. Ship 30 was then rolled back to the Massey Outpost for what a lot of people thought was going to be another static fire. However, that was not the case, as Ship 30 did get loaded with propellants, but then no fire happened. It appears it actually performed a spin prime test rather than a static fire test. If you don't know, a spin prime test is where only the pumps are spun up and no ignition takes place on either the pre-burners or the main combustion.
Would have cleaned his... Wait, what? Would have cleaned his lunch off of his shirt? Bro, that's sweat. You know how hot it is down there? You're pretty much in Mexico. It is really freaking oppressively hot in Boca. And there's mosquitoes everywhere. Oh, yeah.
The newly installed engine was good to go, as that's all Ship 30 did while at Massey's. We were able to spot Ship 30
Mexico
still
caliente,
over the flame trench
sí,
right
muy
before it departed
caliente.
the outpost. Last time we flew over the site, there was no ship on...
Nach, what I'm trying to tell you is, hace mucho calor aquí. 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 See? Mucho calor. Especially here. Not here or here so much, but like right in there.
on the stand, so it was.
You need to
quite a
visit
treat for
Boca?
Mary and I to be able
Rudy, I'm going to be making an appearance down there sooner rather than later.
to Mega Bay 2 to be lifted off the engine test stand and placed on a transport stand. Ship 30 was then
Mejora
rolled over
cada
to the
día.
Sanchez lot, where
Gracias.
it's been ever since, at least at the time of recording.
I don't speak
We
enough
expect that
Spanish to
SpaceX will be
remember it
putting
all,
the
dude.
finishing touches on this vehicle here as they prepare for Starship Flight 5. Speaking of which, this week SpaceX posted on social media and said that, quote, Flight 5 Starship and Super Heavy are ready to fly pending regulatory approval, end quote. So that means no more testing. Both vehicles are ready to go, right? Well, not quite yet. At least in terms of general testing, because in the same post, SpaceX said they will be doing more testing, just not directly with the Flight 5 vehicles, which we'll talk about shortly. And in the past, SpaceX has said that vehicles are ready to go when they've then decided to do more testing or just needed to have some more time to finish up some small pre-flight work on those vehicles. So take this ready to fly with context. It's a meaningful update, but doesn't mean that launch is going to be next week. Aside from all of
I
that,
wish.
Ship 30 and Booster 12 haven't even been stacked yet. So does this post from SpaceX mean that there won't be any kind of full stack testing like a wet dress rehearsal or anything else? I don't think so. In fact, at least I'm expecting a wet dress rehearsal ahead of Flight 5, if not just a partial one. Either way, maybe it's not in the cards right now,
it's a good
but
idea.
SpaceX will decide to do it once they get it to the pad. As always,
Discovery,
plans
go and
here in
throttle up.
Hey,
Starbase
Nick,
can change
66-month
very
resub.
rapidly. The successful outcome of Starship's fourth flight meant that no mishap investigation is needed. But the launch license will have to be modified in order to be able to perform a
That's
landing
still
of Super Heavy
ridiculous. I still
back here
can't
at the
believe that
launch site.
happened.
And that makes sense, since this is the first time it'll ever be tried, especially given the whole landing on the chopsticks thing. This is very much not just a bigger Falcon 9. This pending regulatory approval remark and SpaceX's messaging on social media regarding sonic booms basically seals the deal that Super Heavy is going to be coming back here to land on the chopsticks for the first time. And that makes sense that they need regulatory approval to do that. It's the first time they're going to do it. It's huge, it's massive, it's crazy to land a booster on chopsticks. Like what? As we'll talk about later in the video, SpaceX is about
It is
to
pretty
conduct
nuts.
additional booster catch testing, but what about the Flight 6 vehicles? This video was sponsored by Henson Shaving. Believe it or not, I used to hate shaving. Over the last few years though, I've started to really enjoy it and it's become part of my routine. I'll
You have a...
admit, when Henson's AL13 razor showed up in the mail, I was a little intimidated, but after using it for a few shaves and getting the hang of it, I'm a big fan.
You're-
Henson is all about precision. That precision means the blade sticks out just 13 thousandths of an inch from the razor. That's 0.0013 of an inch. I also really like that there's no plastic waste, which means I can get a nice shave and not worry about throwing more
What? Who okayed this? He's not shaving his face. Oh, you sicko.
crud into a landfill. Plus, each blade costs like 10 cents, which, as anyone out there who's recently bought one of those disposable
I'm sorry. I can't do this. It was too good. He could be, yeah, that's right. He could be shaving his head.
multi-blade thing's nose is a crazy good deal. Yes, the
Turn it
AL13
on the counter. I'm in his scalp, obviously. Oh, yeah. That's. Oh, my God. I can't do this. I'm sorry, it makes me laugh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, you want me to ask him? You want me to ask him this week on Flame Trench? Hey, why were you advertising a razor for shaving beards on the update video? I'll ask him. I'll do it. I'll do it. That's gonna be dude. I'm gonna get a real awkward answer either way. I'll ask him. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. So good.
During this video.
I love Jack.
So
Jack's my
what's up with
boy.
the Flight 6
That
vehicles?
guy's the best.
In case you don't remember, that's Ship 31 and Booster 13, which are in the High Bay and Mega Bay 1, respectively. Well, last weekend, SpaceX already started tearing down Ship 31's heat shield to start its rework ahead of the 6th flight of Starship. Just like we saw with Ship 30, this teardown will replace the existing tiles with newer and tougher ones, and SpaceX will also apply the
I'm going to, Vanguard. I'm going to.
backup ablative material underneath the tiles in some sections of the ship. Just like we saw with Ship 30, this teardown will replace the tiles with newer and tougher ones. And SpaceX will also apply the new backup ablative material underneath the tiles on some sections of the ship. During our flyover, we could see that the massive scaffolding that had been installed around Ship 30 to work on its tiles has returned in order for teams to work on Ship 31's heat shield. We can see a bunch of tiles on the tip of the nose.
Dude, Alex was getting, okay, straight up, on Flame Trench, Alex was getting a lot of disrespect. I mean, it's all in good fun, but dang, dude. I was trying to listen to him to try and follow because he disagreed with me about something. I was trying to listen and follow. I couldn't. Everybody was laughing. I'm like, no, I'm trying to pay attention. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Keep talking. You know, I was like, no. It was pretty funny. Everybody was doing him dirty. I'm like, no, let the man speak.
And some parts of the tank section. We already said this when we covered it for Ship 30, but this work will take a long time, at least in SpaceX time. There's over 18,000 tiles on a ship, and each one ultimately takes a little bit of time to remove. And areas where glue was used are especially tricky because the surface needs to be cleaned and prepared for the replacement tiles.
You gotta buff it out. See? Oh, wow, they really buffed it out. They're using, okay, flap discs. That's not whoa. That's not what you'd expect on a spaceship, guys. Wire cup? I don't know, man. Those lines aren't wavy enough for it to be a wire cup. That's definitely a flap wheel.
Remember all the grinding and cleaning we saw done to Ship 30's nose?
Get the brake clean
There's also
out.
a white fabric material underneath most of the tiles that reminds
This is a guy hammering and chiseling a spaceship. Just want to point that out.
me of the SIP, or strain isolation pads from the shuttle era, that will need to be cut out or removed depending on where SpaceX is installing the new ablative material. Once the tiles are installed, a gap filler is added, and then their adhesion
You're the same
tested.
screwdriver? All right.
I think you're getting it by now, right? This is a lot more complex than just remove tile, add new tile, and done. For reference, on Ship 30, this process took 38 days, which means that for Ship 31, its heat shield likely won't be ready until mid-September. This, in fact, points us to the idea that the Flight 6 vehicle testing remark from SpaceX means that they're going to test Booster 13, and not exactly that they're going to test Ship 31. In any case, we should not discount the possibility of Booster 13 rolling out to Pad A for static fire testing. As we'll talk about later in the video, Pad A is currently occupied by the Booster 14.1 test article as SpaceX prepares to do additional catch testing. But once that's complete, there will be plenty of time in their schedule to roll Booster 13 out and fire up its engines. This week, Mega Bay 1's door was opened a few times, and one of those times, we were able to spot Booster 13 sitting on the center workstation inside the bay with some protective tarps over its top dome. This could perhaps be because SpaceX is either doing some extra work here, or maybe they're repairing something, or they're just installing the pushers that will eventually separate the hot stage ring during flight. So who knows, maybe once this work is complete and the catch testing is complete, they'll roll out Booster 13, fire up its engines, and then take it back to the production site for any final work it needs ahead of Flight 6. Speaking of firing up engines this week, we had the first firing of a Raptor 3 engine. We covered
Absolutely,
a lot of the
Blackbird.
new details about this engine on our last episode, so do check that out. But at that time, the engine hadn't been fired yet, and we knew it was installed on one of the bays at SpaceX's engine testing facility in McGregor, Texas. The particular stand it was installed on hadn't...
I'm sorry. I stopped paying attention to what Jack was saying. Dude, I was reading from a SpaceX employee that posted on social media about this stuff. I believe it was on X, about how, so the reason why this thing looks so ridiculously simple, Raptor 3, is because, like, you don't have any valves or fluid management systems or anything like that because they're integrated into the pipe. So the pipe geometry is your metering system. So that would indicate that their fluid management system is passive in Raptor 3's design. You have a passive fluid management system, which is... I didn't get to talk about this on Flame Trench because Alex went away on Raptor, and yeah, his explanations was good, but he forgot to tell people why all that stuff is there. But his explanation, everything that he said was perfect. It was right. Just some of the context was maybe needed. But whatever. His explanation, I mean, I followed along with it. It was great. I'm not sure if anybody else would, but that's some part that I didn't get to say. They have passive fluid management systems on Raptor's plumbing, which is... How does throttling with that work? Well, a passive system, with a passive system, you don't have, it's just like the diameter of the pipes. The diameter of the pipes, it meters with flow rate, which is... Once again, man, this is... Raptor 3 is... not of this earth. Like, no one... The reason why is because no one's making rocket engines like this. You know why? Because no one's ever needed to make rocket engines like this. Raptor 3 needs to be mass-produced. It needs to be mass-produced. There's very clear stakeholder expectations as to why it needs to be so ridiculously simple. Other rocket engines just honestly don't need to be that simple. They just don't. Like, I know that sounds really stupid, right? Like, why isn't every engine made this? Well, dude, that's hard. That's hard to do. It's hard to make that. It's hard to do that. You know, propulsion is already difficult enough, but doing what SpaceX is doing on top of that and trying to make it as simple as possible when you're using the most complicated engine cycle ever devised by man is really, it's really damn impressive, dude. It's really difficult to make a complicated thing simple, and they've seemed to have done that. There's still valves? Yeah, there's... That is some type of valve thingamajigger in there, if I'm looking at this right. If I'm understanding it right, but I it's entirely possible I'm not someone. There's no reference for this, right? Like, if I go look up a shuttle engine, I can get diagrams and I can get pictures. We can get tons of PDFs on it. There ain't no PDF for this, so I don't know, dude. Yes. But yeah, passive is akin to carbureted. Flow dictates what happens. Bingo. Yeah. Well, it's weird. That is not weird. It's just crazy. That, like, it's a pneumatic carburetor. Well, I mean, guys, a rocket engine is just a gigantic Venturi. Think about it. That's what it is. It's just a big Venturi. But it's not using a Venturi to atomize fuel. It uses preburners to do that, and then makes an explosion in the Venturi instead of atomizing. Atomization happens already. Happens before that. Just a big Venturi. That's all it is. What convergent divergent? It's big Venturi. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. There's no simpler way of explaining that. Controlled backfiring with style. Yeah, kind of, Red Wagon. Yeah, I would say an RDE is more of doing that, but yeah.
been used for any tests since July 25th, so we all patiently waited and watched to see what was likely to be Raptor 3's first firing. Finally, this last Thursday, the stand did indeed come to life with a short 30-second burn.
Believe it?
And fun fact, this actually happened while our Starbase Live crew was doing a Raptor side chat, so they were able to sort of analyze what they were seeing live. And if you want to watch a Raptor side chat and you don't have time to watch it live, become a member if you're not already. Because
Ace Venturi,
we upload the Raptor side chats
Rocket Detective.
for our members.
Oh,
Thanks, members. Just a few hours after.
Thanks, Membies. There's no harness or anything. How does the electrical get to the bottom half of the power head? It's integrated, Reagan, if there is any electrical going down there. I don't think there is, though, dude. I think they kept all the wiring and that there's a sensor block up here or something. That's what I mean about passive management systems, dude. If the hardware is denoting flow, you don't really need a sensor down there now, do you? I know it seems ridiculous. It seems crazy, right? That seems completely ridiculous, but it makes sense when you think about it. Once again, you got to consider the whole impetus for Raptor 3's design is to mass produce. You got to make a lot of these things because you got to make a lot of starships. Got to make a lot of these things. You got to make a lot of starships. You got to make a lot of super heavies, right? Hopefully more starships than super heavies, you know, knock on wood, right? With this type of system, you really want to minimize wiring as much as possible. That wiring will all add up. You see this type of behavior with cars. That's, you know, people can, oh, cars are so cheap nowadays. Well, yeah, they're cheap because they, you know, put them together. Like, they want to put them together faster. The price hasn't gone down, though, for some weird reason. You know, anyway, done. Soapbox done. So if you were going to engineer it this way, you want to eliminate as much of this as possible. So how do you do that?
Oh, this is space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
Eagle, gifted 10 subs. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. So think about this, right? Eagle, what's going on, man? I'm sorry, we're talking about eliminating electrical wires, so I mean, this might not be your cup of tea, homie. This might not be what you're about, dude. You know, pretty sure you don't like this part. Anyway, my gerb. What's up, man? How you doing? It's good to see you. So, sorry, back to this. So you think about it, right? If you make passive systems and the way these pipes are angled, the radius of that curve right there, everything is angled. So the hardware is going to do the flow for you. You don't need a sensor down here to verify it because the hardware is already going to do it, right? You don't, okay, so think about it like this way. You don't need a sensor at the end of a garden hose, right? Right? Why? Why don't you? Well, it's not that complicated. At the end of it, you turn the thing and the water comes out. If the water's not coming out, you got a bigger problem, right? The problem's somewhere else. It's somewhere upstream, right? Or you have a knot in the hose, right? It's kind of that idea. They're not going to get a knot in their piping. Knot. They're not going to get a knot there, right? The piping's all metal. You don't have to worry about that. So they seem to have grouped their sensors all in one spot. And everything that happens downstream of that one spot, the hardware should denote it. And if there's a problem, it'll like block a pipe or something. I don't freaking know, dude. But I mean, that's clearly what's going on. But you got to think about it all in the context of trying to eliminate as much as possible. How would you do that? Well, you would do that by having your hardware govern your logic for flow. And that's exactly what they've seem to have done, which is amazing. Which, once again, that puts to context that statement about passive fluid management systems, which is, that's ridiculously impressive. Like, I don't understand how complicated that actually is. I can understand why you would do this way. I don't understand that. When I say I don't understand, I don't mean I don't understand in EJ's expert opinion that he doesn't understand why this works. Frankly, doing what I just said, Reagan, so making the systems passive and not having any wires going down there, no sensors, no nothing, and putting your sensors upstream and letting your hardware actually do the work downstream for metering different things, I cannot comprehend. It's just it's so far out of my wheelhouse. And I know a good deal about propulsion. that's so far out of my wheelhouse that I'm just like, I'm just like, hey, it works. Look at the flames. The fire comes out at the bottom. That's kind of neat. You know, like. Either that or they're printed right into the system. I mean, it could be one or the other. Like, my guess is that SpaceX is trying to take as many sensors out of this equation as possible. So, like, okay, for instance, if you have a pressure sensor at your oxidizer inlet, your oxidizer turbine, or your oxidizer impeller inlet, right? Look, man, if that's like, if anything else is happening downstream, there's only so many things it could be. So all you got to do is just watch for the feed pressure or something. That's made up. I have no idea. I have no clue. Like, I know propulsion, but I'm not that good. Just this is abstracted. This is just, you know, I know liquid methane and I know liquid oxidizer goes in, and then I know the combustion cycle. And then a bunch of stuff happens, and then this comes out the bottom, you know? Look at their latest failure, dang sensor line. I mean, yeah, right, Wisp? Sometimes like too many sensors can really hurt you, like with SLS, for instance. Remember they had that whole scrub because of that DFI sensor, the developmental flight instrumentation sensor? The DFI sensor was giving improper temperature readings on their high pressure oxidizer turbine pump on engine 3 on SLS. And what scrubbed it is because they did, the OFI said it was fine. The operational flight sensor, it said it was fine. Over instrumentation is absolutely a thing. Yeah, you put too many sensors on it. In this particular case, your sensor that you put on there to give you a redundant reading to make sure it was good lied to you. It was broken. Interesting, right? It seems like SpaceX is going in the other direction here, right? It's like, another thing to take into account, right? And this Wisp, you actually made me think of this, right? Starlink 9.3, yeah, that pressure transducer. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So think about this, dudes. Why do rockets have sensors on them? This just kind of popped into my head. Consider it. Why? Why do they have sensors? Why do you need sensors on them? I mean, it's an honest question. Throttling? You could tell that the engine's throttling with a load cell at the top of the motor, Gaw. Easy peasy, right? I say that's some easy thing to do, right? But that's the idea. Just have a load sensor built into the gimbal, which no doubt they do. Or you could use turbine pump pressures, right? You could use fluid impeller pressures, turbine inlets. There's plenty of ways to sense if the rocket motor is throttling, right? So why do you need so many sensors? SRBs don't need no stinking sensors because they're simple. Interesting point. Diagnostics post-event. Bingo. You got it, Oculus. Diagnostics. Most rockets are expendable. Why do you need so many sensors? You need sensors because you ain't getting your hardware back. SpaceX, though. Just saying, all the Starship flights going out right now are Raptor 2s that are heavily instrumented compared to 3s. Something to consider here. Where my mind's going is that they need you have a lot of sensors on rockets because you're not getting it back. But SpaceX does get their stuff back, first and second stage with Starship's design. So it makes sense that you'd have less instrumentation than not because you can just inspect it when it comes back. Minimal amount of sensors. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Don't know. But it does make sense considering where they're planning on going with this, right? We know they ship all the failed engines directly to Hawthorne. There you go. Right? Right, Blue? That's what I'm saying. It's something that I just thought about. Like, you know, car engines have sensors nowadays and you can pull a code, right? But There was a time when a car engine, for instance, didn't have any sensors on it. You had to go and look at it. You had to go and look at it. They had passive systems like a carburetor, right? Carburetor, there's no computers here. There's no sensors. You could tell by certain characteristics on the carburetor what it's doing. You could look at the spark plugs and you could figure out exactly what the motor's doing from the spark plugs, right? There's no meters, no instrumentation. So how'd you fix it? It's all predicated on being able to inspect your hardware, right? It's quite possible that that's what they're trying to do with Raptor 3, which would make sense because they need to mass produce it and they get it back. Just a thought. O2 sensor versus my nose. Yeah. Or drive shaft versus my face. Yeah, that hurt. I got a concussion from that, if you guys remember. Plus, less to go wrong. Yeah, it makes sense, dude. It makes sense with what they're doing. Like, you know what it's doing because you know what it's not doing. Yeah, dude. That's right. For the record, Elon said they would have to cut the engine to do maintenance if needed on Raptor 3. Helsinki, were you here when I first looked at this? What was the first thing that I said? That motor's probably extremely hard to work on. All your components are integrated together. It's probably really difficult to take that thing apart and fix it. Just saying. It's always a trade-off, dude. Do I know that because I had any foresight or an anonymous source? No, I know enough about mechanics to know that motor is probably really easy to put together, but probably really hard to take apart. Yeah, there you go, Fahrenheit. Another thing to consider. I really don't think that's the case. I think they're simply using a minimal amount of sensors to safely operate the engine. They likely pull all the data they need. I didn't say the engine doesn't have any sensors. There are many parts of this engine that I can tell you just by looking at this picture that aren't monitored. Yeah. There's a sensor block on it. It's up at the top. It's above the methane turbine inlet. Or not turbine inlet, the impeller inlet. So there are sensors on it, but you can extrapolate what's going on from a small amount of sensors because of their passive systems, because of the passive fluid management. I'm telling you, man, it's genius. The reason why it's genius isn't because this idea has been thought of or hasn't been thought of before. We've done, like I said, car engines did that for the longest time, but that's entirely predicated on the fact that your car engine is reusable. That's why they did that way. That and there wasn't a computer, right? It's very interesting. There's enough instrumentation on this thing to say conclusively what it's doing in flight, right? But there's not a lot of sensors. There's just not a lot of them. They really narrowed it down to what do we absolutely need, right? It's very interesting. I assume the secondary implication there is that they're prioritizing minimizing chances of any source of vehicle-ending failure. Logic only works as long as your failure isn't catastrophic and leads to a vehicle loss. Engine out capability, Starship, someone we know, Starship and Super Heavy are way over-engineered for engine out capability. I don't think that's an accident. So let me put it to you like this. Super Heavy on Flight 4 croaked an engine out the bottom. The computer shut it off because it didn't have a good start. There was a potential for a hard start, so it shut it off. That was per Tim's video, right? I think it was Tim's video. Right? Dude, that thing made it sound like it didn't make it into space. It made it into space and then some. And Super Heavy still did a pinpoint landing despite having another engine get shut down by the computer during boost back. And it still landed. That's not see what I mean? That's not a coincidence, right? If it breaks in a way that loses the vehicle, failure analysis might be troublesome. Once again, it's not like the vehicle doesn't have any sensors on it, guys. It just has less sensors. And Reagan, if you really want my honest answer to that, I think SpaceX is going to use their stock of Raptor 2s, which they have a lot of, right? They're going to use their stock of Raptor 2s, and by the time Raptor 3 even sees a Starship, you should be pretty much, there's only, like, it should be pretty well thought out by then. You know, like, there shouldn't be, by the time Raptor 3 flies, we shouldn't be seeing any vehicle-ending failures. Just a thought. Nice, Forge. All right, let's see.
And watched
See what else
was
Jack
likely
is
to be
talking about
Raptor
here.
3's first firing. Finally, this last Thursday, the stand did indeed come to life with a short 30-second burn. And fun fact, this actually happened while our Starbase Live crew was doing a Raptor side chat, so they were able to sort of analyze what they were seeing live. And if you want to watch a Raptor side chat and you don't have time to watch it live, become a member if you're not already, because we upload the Raptor side chats for our members. Thanks, members. Just a few hours after the test, SpaceX's Gwynne Shotwell posted a picture of the Raptor 3 firing on the test stand, saying, quote, "Works pretty well for a partially assembled engine." This is obviously in relation to ULA CEO Tory Bruno's comments previously in the week that the engine was partially assembled and not complete. Now, it is true that on vehicles such as a booster or a ship, there will be some more bits added that are specific to the engine being installed on a vehicle instead of on a test stand. But as we talked about last week, there's really not a whole lot more to be added, especially given the numbers that SpaceX gave us for all the vehicle side mass that will have to be added to the engine. I really can't wait to see a booster roll out and get installed on the stand with no shielding on the engines. It reminds me of the Booster 4 days, and it's gonna look really awesome. Apart from the picture Gwynne shared, Elon also added a few more pictures where we can see the active methane cooling in action on the engine. Previous versions of Raptor already had parts that were regeneratively cooled, but this engine has a lot of integrated systems that have to have even more parts cooled while the engine is running. As that cooling happens, the coolant, in this case methane, gets heated up, which is why not all of the engine is completely frosty. Some parts are carrying the cooled methane and some parts are carrying the heated methane. With this first Raptor 3 engine being tested, it's very likely that we'll see more tests done on it and maybe even a test to destruction before SpaceX then moves to other engines down the production line. As for when we'll see a Raptor version 3 engine first installed on a vehicle, right now it looks like it'll be on the first version 2 ship, which as a reminder is Ship 33, but we'll just have to wait and see how that all plays out. Coming back to Starbase now, this week during our flyover, we were able to spot even more developmental barrel sections outside of the Star Factory. We know this because they have cutouts or coupons on them that are the result of teams taking samples to test the quality of the welds on these sections. Back on the ground, we can see that one of these dev barrel sections has tiles installed on it, although they're all cracked, so maybe this was just done for testing. In fact, maybe this testing was of the new automated tile placement system that we expect to debut on Starship version 2, and which should hopefully accelerate vehicle stacking. Next up, during our flyover, we were able to spot the ongoing work to join the office building and the Star Factory on the east end of the production site. We've already seen lots of foundation work and other groundwork here in past flyovers, and also via shots from the ground, but now the place is ready for the new structure. Once everything is complete, someone will be able to walk all the way from the furthest end of the office building across this connecting structure, go into the Star Factory, cross it all the way to the other end, and go into Mega Bay 2 through its connection to the factory. That's pretty neat. By the way, do you remember that random plot of land by the office building that SpaceX didn't own, couldn't do anything on, and actually had to build around? Well, no more. It's actually been under litigation since 2021, and the case was just dismissed. We can see from the aerial pictures that SpaceX is already starting to clear out this area and begin working on it, although we don't yet know what it'll be used for, whether it's going to be extra office space or something else. One thing that we can see, though, is that there's more foundation work for the office building to the east of this patch of land. So it looks like at least the office building will grow even larger than it is right now. All right, now let's move over to the Sanchez lot, where a lot of interesting things have happened this week. For example, over at the north end of the lot is the famous Rocket Garden, and believe it or not, Ship 32 has received some attention for the first time in like 6 months. This vehicle completed stacking all the way back in January and was moved to the garden in an incomplete state. In recent months and weeks, we've learned through documentation and from Elon himself that Flight 7 will be debuting the upcoming version 2 of Starship, which means Ship 32 won't be flown. So given all that, it was pretty interesting to see that there were lifts up on Ship 32.
What was going on with that small plot of land? Dead Crew, somebody disputed SpaceX's purchase of that land. Yeah, SpaceX bought it, and somebody, if I'm remembering right, I could be pulling this completely out of my tail. Please don't kill me. I'm pretty sure the guy that SpaceX, or the entity that SpaceX bought it from, said that you lowballed me, you didn't pay fair share or whatever, and the land is worth much more now or something, but it wasn't when SpaceX originally bought it. If I'm remembering right, I think that's right, but I don't think so. I think that's what's going on, but that's pulling it completely out of my tail. I am having a Monday, so I have a bad case of the Mondays today, so I could be misremembering.
Perhaps they just wanted to do some inspections because, after all, it has been sitting out for quite a while. Or maybe they're just getting ready to scrap it and get rid of it once and for all. Either way, it doesn't look like Ship 32's flight status has been changed. Also at the Sanchez lot are the remaining pieces of hardware for the second launch tower at Starbase. If you remember from last week, we mentioned modules 7 and 8 had started to see scaffolding installed at the top, which meant they were very close to rolling out to the pad for stacking. At the time of our flyover, it kind of seemed like all of this scaffolding work was complete and the sections were ready to roll. In fact, you can even see an SPMT underneath Module 7. As we mentioned in last week's episode, this move was contingent on the massive CC8800-1 crane at the launch pad being reconfigured to lift the final modules of the tower. And that's precisely what happened at the beginning of the week. The crane got eepy and was lowered so that it could be reconfigured with the new extension hardware. This process took the better part of the week, but was actually completed fairly quick. However, once the teams were starting to raise the crane, it looked like one of the connections snapped and dangerously left the top end of the crane swinging and rocking back and forth. We could see how one of the workers quickly ran away to get out of Dodge. And
yeah, that boom is very heavy. Yeah, I mean, that footage actually shows how big this freaking crane is. I mean, you look at the dude standing next to the dolly and the boom right there. I mean, the lattice is huge. It's a freaking jungle gym. That's a lot of metal above your head right there.
Connections snapped and dangerously left the top end of the crane swinging and rocking back and forth. We could see how one of the workers quickly ran away to get out of Dodge. And thankfully, it seems like nobody was hurt from this incident. This yikes moment meant that the crane had to continue to be worked on well into the weekend. In fact, it's still being worked on as I'm recording this right now on Saturday. After the issue, they were able to lower the boom and jib and have begun fixing whatever went wrong.
Stabilizers.
SpaceX had road closures this week to roll Module 7 to the pad for stacking.
So I originally thought it was a pendant. That's what I thought. See these things right here that are bending? Those are pendants. The pendants connect certain things together. They're basically a stabilizer cable. It's not a cable though. They're like hinges. The pendants they look like a bicycle chain almost. I thought a pendant snapped. It wasn't a pendant. It was those things right there. That's the boom to jib stabilizer bars. See those diagonals right there? Those are just shock absorbers for the crane. In case something weird happens, you don't get a cascading failure, which is ironic because those are the things that snapped. No word on why, though. We'll see. Let's listen to Jack.
But with this development, it seems like it's not going to happen for a few more days. Nothing to worry about, though, as they still have plenty of time to complete all the stacking operations before the next flight of Starship. especially knowing the pace at which they can stack these modules. This week, we also saw more work being done on the base of the tower, which has been continuously filled with concrete over the last few days. If you remember from when the base was starting to be
Pumper
built,
truck.
it's made of steel panels welded together, which were to be filled with concrete. This is the opposite of how the first tower base was built, which was started with concrete walls and then cladded with steel plates to protect it from the outside. So it's no surprise that this concrete work is now taking place. In fact, in the coming months, SpaceX will begin pumping concrete into each of the legs of the tower to make them heavier and more robust.
He's
And
down
we've
there a
even
lot,
seen
Jim.
SpaceX
He doesn't
start
live
to
there, though.
install
Not
the
on paper,
pipes
at
that will
least.
carry the concrete up to the various levels of the tower. We can also see that all of the scaffolding on the east side of the base of the tower is now gone, likely meaning that all of the work on this side is complete, at least for the moment. From the air, we can also see that the location for the tower drawworks is starting to take shape, with the walls and floors beginning to be installed here. But of course, the big thing we can see from the air are the foundations in work for Orbital Launch Mount B, which will feature flame trench or trenches. We're not quite sure yet. Pretty much since space.
I just want to pause this here real quick. Yeah, they have forms here. See the squigglies? These squiggly things that they're putting in the ground? That is a it's a dam, basically. So when you start digging, these are long corrugated sheets of metal. You jam them into the ground and then you start digging. In this case, you'd be digging on this side right here. You'd start digging this out. When you do it, you don't have to worry about it collapsing in. The reason why you do that here and why you don't see that necessarily all the time is the water table. You're going to start digging here, and if you just started digging a hole in the ground, you'd basically make a well, right? The water would fill up and it would erode the sides, right? And then the whole thing would collapse in on itself in a gigantic mud pit. We don't want that, so they put these forms right here.
Started
It makes
work
so much
on the
noise when
second
they jam
tower.
those down.
Work on the
Yep.
foundations for this mount and trench have been going non-stop.
Yep.
Teams have now
Yep,
progressed to the point of installing sheet piles that will reinforce
There you
the
go.
soil around the site so SpaceX can start digging the flame trench.
Just, can I go back to that shot real quick? Look at how big that damn crane is. Just when it's laid out on the ground. Look at how big that damn crane is. I want to point that out because it's pertinent. Look at that freaking thing. It's huge. That is a gigantic freaking crane, man. If I recall correctly. I don't know how they get that thing down in there, Mike, but yeah, something that makes a lot of force. They don't have much space left. Yeah. How many kilometers high can that lift to? 0.1 maybe? Silly, EJ, that crane isn't for the dams. Yeah. You can see they put down a bunch of concrete here for their new entrance. And there was an entrance over here, and they closed that all off.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Flip up, 32 months. Top 10 highest cranes in the world. Well, lattice crawler cranes you can move stuff high up, but tower cranes would probably be the tallest cranes, like the things that you see that they use to move buildings. But the thing is, you can't compare a tower crane to a lattice crawler. They're both cranes for sure, but you're comparing a smart car to a monster truck. The lattice crane, it can lift stuff up high. It can. What lattice crawler cranes are primarily designed to do is move big things, not very far. Tower cranes are designed to move extremely small things extremely high up in the air. Like construction materials, like an I-beam or something if you're building a building, right? Lattice cranes are designed to move big things not very far. Those are two different types of cranes here. Lattice cranes lift some of the heaviest stuff around, guys. Yeah. They haven't put the Gateway to Mars sign back up, right? No, I don't think so. Lieutenant, yeah, I don't think they have. Flip up, 32 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, Badger, there you go. Yeah, but see, like, here's the thing. So you're moving these tower segments, right? A tower crane could not move that. No. If a tower crane tried to pick up the tower segment, ironically, it would snap into a bajillion pieces. That thing is the only thing that's heavy enough to move that thing. Those tower segments are very heavy, to say the least. Let's just say very heavy. I don't remember. I don't know what the CC8800 has, what he's running for counterweight, but he is running a dolly back there. Or it's not a dolly, it's a wagon. So there's an extension to the where the counterweight is, and then there's a thing back here that's carrying more counterweight that's attached to the house of the crane, which is this thing right here. That's a lot of counterweight. It's an extension bar so you can get leverage if you're moving something extremely heavy. But the counterweight should give you a good indicator of how heavy something is. If I'm remembering correctly, when they were building Tower 1, they had that Liebherr 13,000 with the power boom attachment, and they were running like 435,000 pounds of counterweight. Yeah, that's like 200 tons. 220 tons. No, a little less than that, but you get the idea. They're heavy. Those big metal things are heavy. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Trench. We're definitely going to closely keep our eyes on this part of the structure in Pad B. So definitely stay tuned to see how it shapes up as they go.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
I got you, Natch.
work is continuing on the orbital tank farm to expand its capability. This week, a vaporizer was installed at the end of the row of horizontal tanks near the old launch site entrance.
Get it, you
This
vape.
just adds even more vaporizers to the already growing number of them that are installed at this location. With the new and extended tank farm more than online by now, the concrete bases for the old vertical tanks are being torn down. In fact, by the time we flew, they were all gone and the site was clean, as if nothing had been there before. So, out with the old and in with the new. With more new horizontal tanks set to be installed in the tank farm.
Hang on, can I just go back to that shot real quick?
And in with the new.
Back it up. Why do I get Factorio vibes from this picture? You know exactly what I'm talking about. That looks like Factorio. Does it not? It looks like Factorio. Come on. Don't give me that face. It does, and you know it. It looks like Factorio. It's so strange, man. That's so weird. I don't miss the vertical tanks. It looks so much better now. It really kind of does, Vargan. Those vertical tanks would have been aesthetic if they were like the only things around there. But we know from Zach Golden over at CSI Starbase back in the day, and that, in fact, he wrote a whole thing about how those tanks are going to get somebody killed, like how they're a death trap. They're not a good idea. That is completely against building codes, etc., etc. That was the first article I ever read by Zach. Zach's good people. I like that dude a lot. I still read CSI Starbase all the time. What do the vaporizers do? They take gaseous propellants, void, and they turn them back into liquid. It's a condenser. Call it a vaporizer, condenser. I mean, pretty much. No, I'm getting it backwards, aren't I? Dude, I have the nastiest case of the Mondays today. Why am I getting everything backwards? Satisfactory. Snake, actually, my oil power plant looks like that. So the vaporizers are there to... Let's think. Why would you need a vaporizer? They're taking liquid and turning it into gas. They vaporize the LN2 to chill other fluids. Thank you, Aqualux. Dude, why did I get it? Why did I mix... Dude, I'm not doing good today. I swear I'm better. I'm better at thermodynamics than this. This is ridiculous. I have the nastiest case of the Mondays today. It's absurd. Like...
With more new horizontal tanks set to be installed.
I'll be honest, thank you for the assist that time, guys. I needed it. That was bad.
SpaceX is expanding the piping in preparation for that. We saw this week teams installing more of this piping on the end of the current pipeline, and obviously as more tanks are installed, we should expect more and more GSE to be added as well. All of this work is being done because the orbital tank farm will also be used to supply Pad B. In fact, we can see from the aerial photos that the trenches that will carry the GSE from the tank farm to the pad are already being dug. This work is ongoing, and rebar is ready to be installed at the location where the former suborbital Pad A was located. Based on the recent draft environmental assessment the FAA released, this work will likely include
That is a very tall piling right there. So that thing that he just showed, that Jack just showed in the video, it drills a gigantic hole, and then they put this rebar in the hole, and then they fill the hole up with concrete. They're using not regular concrete, though. They're using a slurry, right? Because the reason why you do that is because the hole's going to fill up with water, because you, once again, low water table, you essentially made a well, right? So it's going to fill up with water really, really fast. So they use a special type of concrete mixture called a slurry that's designed to be basically cast in water. And they pour that down there, it displaces the water, and you basically make a gigantic concrete pole going 100 feet into the ground.
Another fluids bunker, and
you need that to
another
hold
tank
up tall
farm. So
things.
perhaps part of this groundwork is to get the place ready for that as well. By the way, if you haven't seen
Yeah,
it,
there you
we
go,
recently
Snake. Oh,
released
okay, I
a
got you, man. I got you.
30-minute video going over all of the interesting bits from this draft environmental assessment.
Yep.
And it's really interesting and gave us a lot of answers, but left us with a lot of questions as well. So check that out if you haven't. While all of that's going on at Pad B, SpaceX has been continuing to work on Pad A. Over the past few weeks, teams have been preparing the south-facing chopstick arm on the first tower so that it's upgraded to the same spec as the other arm. If you remember, we already had seen testing of this other arm with the test article Booster 14.1, and with this other arm now ready to go, it's no surprise that we're also about to see more slap testing with it as well. I mean, we also had SpaceX mentioning it on their post, so there's also that. With the chopsticks nearly ready for some slap testing, Booster 14.1 was once again rolled out to the launch site, but this time it used the fancy new entrance next to Starhopper and then was installed on Orbital Launch Mount A. Apart from getting the chopsticks hydraulics all ready for this upcoming test, teams have recently begun installing the impact absorption pads on the landing rails of the arms, which bodes well for testing being somewhat soon. As of the time of recording, there are no posted road closures for slap testing, but maybe SpaceX just doesn't need a closure for that, or maybe they'll be posted later in the week. Also, I guess this might not be appropriately called slap testing, but more like clap testing? I don't know. What should we call it? Let us know in the comments below.
Clap and clap!
I think I'm partial to catch testing, but that leads me to believe that there might be some additional testing besides just swinging the arms around. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Either way, thanks to Henson Shaving for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to use code SPACEFLIGHT or click the link in the description to get 100 free blades with the purchase of a razor.
All right. Cool. Awesome recap video. Guys, I'll post the cap video. Go over there and subscribe to NSF over on YouTube. They're good. They're good people. I do work for them. Hopefully doing more work over time, other than just Flame Trench. But yeah, they good people. Go support them over there. They put together these awesome videos. At least hit the subscribe button. Come on now. Just do it. Do it. Johnny Red, neat. Okay? Do it. Do it. Do it. Bacardi and Cola. Do it. Do it. The decision on Starliner is pushed to next week, but NASA will hold a press conference tomorrow. Oh. Teams work on the return plan for Boeing's crew flight test are making progress analyzing testing data as we evaluate Starliner return options. We're now planning for a decision for decisional meetings no earlier than next week to give the time we need to make the best decision possible for the safety of the crew, which is our top priority. The agency will host a media update on August 14th to provide the latest status on the ongoing work. More to come on timing. Okay, that's on Wednesday. Yeah, no, Phil, no problem. All good. Cool. We need you on a shuttle Sunday. Yeah. My FT5 coverage from the hotel roof. Not stranded, though. They're not. They're not. That's what else do you want to hear? They're not. They never have been. You want to call it clutch testing, James? Nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, cool. I think that was a good amount of space news. There was a lot of stuff we covered there, a lot of ground. But good. Sawyer, Chevy 350, keep the TBI or swap it for a modern carburetor. Keep the throttle body injection. TBI is working and you just want the motor to work. That's basically what TBI does.
Discovery.
You're not going to go
throttle up.
anywhere very fast, but it's going to work. Why would you swap the carburetor? Bastardo, 16 months, hot box with a 40. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Why would you do that? What are you trying to do? You want to make more power. A 350 with TBI is not. No. For the booster catches, the booster going to be caught by its grid fins. No, there's pins on it, Boyd. There's pins that are just below the grid fins. I personally think that the grid fins can redundantly hold it up, but they'll do it once. You'll probably ruin them doing it. It's like an airplane. Can you pick an airplane up by its wings? Sure. Once. The wings, after all, are designed to pull the airplane up when it's flying, but that's flying. Not like if you pick the airplane up by its wings via crane, it'll work, but it'd work once. You'd probably break something, but you could do it. Fun fact, the pins are trailer hitches. Oh. Interesting. I mean, it sounds right. Have you seen Edelbrock's new carburetors? Those... Sell my boat. The throttle body injection seems to be showing its age and it's struggling to work correctly at times. Check the connections on the... All right, hold on. Car thing real quick. Okay. Here, look. That's throttle body injection right there. Ignore whatever this is on. You have your TBI, right? These wires right here. Those are the wires that actuate your solenoid for your fuel injector. They're right here. There's two of them. They're right there and right there. It's basically a carburetor, only where the jet should be, there's a fuel injector. And there's no bowls because you're using a pressurized system, right? So, check the connections here. That's all. You really want it? Your injectors can get gunned up, dude. You really want to make sure these things work? Take your injector and attach it to a 9-volt battery to see if it clicks open and closed. 9-volt is enough to make it work. It needs 12. I wouldn't do it a lot, but it can. You can just take the injector and attach it to a 9-volt. If it does that, you'll be good to go. The injectors gum up, dude. The throttle body injection is super simple, dude. There's only so many things that can go wrong. Unless you gunked up a fuel line. But my guess is that ethanol gas probably ruined your injectors. Just a guess. Listen for a snappy click. That's it. Yep. Sounds like that. Just solenoid clicking on and off. Have you ever seen some videos on how Fehmarn Belt tunnels are getting built? Denmark to Germany. It's some of the largest construction setup that's ever existed. I'm guessing you'd be very much into it. Mike, people have told me about those tunnels before. I forgot their name, but I've heard about them before when we played Cities. That's cool, man. Isn't ethanol great? No, it's not. I really wish that wouldn't be in gas. But it's only for your boat, so you just need it to work. Yeah. Take those plugs off. Pull the injectors. Verify that the injectors are working. All right? Before you, if you want to get really fancy, take the fuel line off of the TBI. Should be really easy to find it. Just turn it on, make sure your fuel pump's working. If you go to start the thing and it starts shooting fuel everywhere, you're good to go. Or just put it in a bucket. Start shooting into a bucket, you're good. The thing with the TBI I'd be most worried about is the fuel line blockage from the boat sitting, because you don't use the boat all the time. Ethanol is terrible for any rubber. It'll degrade the seals, just like NTO degrades seals on hypergolic thrusters. Same thing, actually. It's the same thing, believe it or not. Yeah, that's why I said the first thing that you should do is verify the injector, Sawyer. If the injector doesn't work, because they can get varnished, and the gasoline with the ethanol degrades really, really fast nowadays. Gasoline has a shelf life, guys, because they're trying to be more environmentally friendly by making more of it because it has a shelf life. Anyway, the ethanol can degrade things, and then the gas doesn't last as long. It'll varnish, and if it varnishes out, varnishes like glue. That's why port or direct injection are great. I like port fuel injection. I think port fuel injection is the superior design, God, because it keeps your intake valve nice and clean. It starts and whatnot. I was just wondering if a carb would overall be a better option. No, I don't think so. A carburetor would be way more maintenance, dude. You're going to put a carb on your boat, that's fine. You're going to put the boat away for the summer. You're going to come back later and the carburetor will be destroyed. Unless you want to rebuild it every summer. Or take it off the boat at the end of the season, right? And drain it and put it inside. If you want to do that, that'll work. That's what I got to do with Bluefus, when October comes around. And I'm not driving the blue truck in the wintertime. To be fair, carbs are built for ethanol now. Okay. Did you drive any car with NGV? No. I would just check the fuel injectors, Sawyer. Don't worry about it. Adding a carburetor is making the maintenance cost on a boat already worse than they already are. Our social media friend Truthful chat, give me rockets to recreate in KSP. Shuttle with aft cargo carrier. If you've already made it, make it again. Let's not put that in parentheses. There we go. Shuttle with external tank aft cargo carrier. If you've already made it, make it again. All right, cool. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. That'll work just fine. It'll work great. Yeah, that's what Fractal. That's why I said if you already made it, make it again. Use it to make a gigantic space station. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right. Anyway, dudes, we want to get into some after hours or what? I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of having a case of the Mondays, and if I'm remembering right, I wanted to play Workers tonight. And if I'm very much remembering right, past DJ left myself a gigantic poop sandwich to clean up in Workers at Al Glynn. So I'm not 100% sure I want to do that. Oh, shoot. I also got humbled real good. I don't know anything about calculus and trigonometry and had to do a pretest for class. Yeah. Trig is okay. Trig isn't bad, Sawyer. I mean, I would probably fail a trig test if I took one right now, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you. And I would absolutely fail a calculus test. But from what I remember from trigonometry class, it's actually not too bad. Sine, cosine, tangent, stuff like that. It's not the worst. I always like trig because trig is more picture oriented. Calculus is absolutely not. But the thing about math is that, like, okay, so one, Sawyer, look at it this way. You failed miserably on your placement test. That just shows what you need to improve. I wouldn't study for a placement test. Seriously, don't study for a placement test. Why would you do that? If you don't know it, you don't know it. You got to learn it. I remember there was one point, I don't know, probably like 8 or 9 years ago or something. I took a placement test for math courses at a local community college, right? Mass Bay, if anybody wants to know. I don't live near there anymore. It doesn't matter. And I did awful. I failed miserably. Nothing came of it, unfortunately. It's mostly my fault. This was like while I was still working at Best Buy, and I wasn't sure if the stream was going to succeed, right? So I took the test, and I took the placement tests, and I failed miserably. Like, I had to go and learn, like, they were like, you need to go back to high school and, like, learn high school math again. And I'm like, they're like, why didn't you study? Why didn't you study? Why didn't you study? I'm like, I didn't study because why would I do that if this is a math placement test? Why would I do that? The whole point was to figure out where my math skills are. My math skills are terrible. They're like, well, you should have studied. I'm like, doesn't studying defeat the point? The teachers looked at me like I was crazy. Gold Falcon, 50-month resub. They looked at me like I was nuts. I'm like, but did I miss something? Like, no, you are. I mean, James, I know I am, but it was a pretty straightforward train of thought there. Oh, okay, James. Yeah, I got you. That's the whole point of a placement test. That's like studying for an IQ test. You're not supposed to do that. That's what I said. And the teachers were like, well, why would you want to take more math classes? I'm like, oh, I don't know, to get good at math? Like, I didn't go back. There were other reasons why I didn't go back, but there's also that. I'm like, okay. I was talking about Mr. Foss. Yeah, he is everywhere at once, James, huh? Weirdo. All right, dudes. I kind of remember that I left myself a crap sandwich in Workers. Hey, I was here vibing. No, you're right. Yeah, Roscoff, the people looked at me like I was nuts. I'm like, I don't... What's the problem here? Yeah, they really looked at me like I was crazy. Up for more Dart? Nah. Yeah, that was the community college, though. So, yeah, what are you going to do? I think there's a difference between reviewing for a placement test and full studying for it, though. I think that's what they were getting at, Thumper. But honestly, I'm so... even then, I was so far out of the gates with math, reviewing is not going to do anything for me, dude. Why is NASCAR like this? Is this Austin Dillon making a fool of himself? No, it's not. What is that? Is that guy? Is that Scissors? I don't understand. Do you have the track IR? Yeah, of course I do. I thought we'd grab some beers and pump some poop. My summer car is my Wednesday after hours slot from now on, Dead Crew. Oh, yeah. I was thinking Satisfactory might not be the worst idea for a Thursday after hours slot, but that's just me. Just putting it out there. Trying to figure out our after hours games.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know. Hey, Church, 17-month resub. Thank you. All right. You know what? We'll just do workers. Let's see. Is Flight Sim coming back into the rotation? I am not sure. I'll get back to you on that. All right. Yeah, let's go for workers. I'll probably screw something up even more, but yeah. Desert Republic infrastructure building happening now. Happy times with worker times. All right, so that's the end of Space News here. I'm just going to bring up the title card while I'm changing the titles, and so you can review this in the VOD. So if this shows up like on a YouTube thumbnail, you'll be able to see where I switched games. That's what I've been trying to do. Okay, that's good enough. Hey, hi VOD people. Yeah, see, I put the title I put the title screen up. See, I put the title screen up, so if you're scrubbing through the VOD, you find the thumbnail. Oh, that's when he started playing workers. Not that anyone's going to do that. But also, if you did, hey, I got your back. Hello, VOD viewers. Hello, you industrious little people. It was a workers joke from Top Gear. All right, anyway. You're too nice? All right, shut up then. Elon Musk is speaking. Oh, nope, never mind. Thought that may have been about space. Nope. Nope. That's not what that is. So let's sorry, the notification just popped up on my phone that yeah. Nope. Nope, that was quick. I'm sorry. No. Oh, my phone was like, hey, he's speaking. Look, you might want to join. No. I don't want to do that. I'll just go over here and play workers. I don't want to do that at all. Sorry, it's funny to me. I was like, oh, Elon's speaking. It must be about space. Yep. Nope. That's not appropriate for stream at all. What do you mean? That would be great content. That would not be great content at all. You know who he's talking to, right? Like, nope. Not getting involved. Not doing this. Not getting caught up in it. Not doing it. Nope. Nope. Next page. He's not talking to Tori Bruno. No, not doing that. All right, so I left myself with a nice crappy sandwich here. My refinery lost power for whatever reason. We stopped producing fuel, and now all my export things that are exporting cash on the dollar, all the trucks to do that are also running out of fuel. So I've been just having a great day. Yeah, just this is just great times. Yep, lovely. Anyway, today's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, James. Yep, still don't have fuel. So what I told the vehicles to do, yep, that's good. Everybody's just parked on the side of the road, so my exports are gonna go into the toilet here. Not the worst problem, but still a problem nonetheless. Yep, we're gonna need to fix that. In terms of building out the Algalin city center here, where our 3 substations that we built, 1, 2, and 3 are all there. We're just finishing up on electrical wiring from what I can tell. There is a little bit of electrical power that needs to be finished there. That never got assigned, so assign that to Garawi. That one's good. That one's good. That needs to be assigned. We need to go over here to the labor pool, right there, right there. Finish that up. That's a glitch, guys. The truck noise playing all the time. Oh, look. More stuff is running out of fuel. That's good. This is good. Yep, that's also out of fuel. Okay. This is not good, dudes. Yeah, not good. Not great. Yeah. So I told the distro to start getting fuel from importing because yeah. Because we have to, or else everything will absolutely run out of fuel. Yep. In the meantime, the refinery is actually producing fuel, which is good. I thought not good was an average experience. You know what? That's a really good point. Not good is actually kind of okay. It's just, yeah, it's just not good. It's not bad, but it's not good. But it's not bad either. I gotta remember... gotta find places for all this stuff to go. All the stuff that's running out of fuel. Yep. It's not great, not terrible. Yep. And the bus that delivers the people to the refinery is now also out of fuel. Both of them are. That's good. Yeah. Yep. Oh, look. Electricity problem. Hey, Fine Seagull, how are you? Yeah, this is good. Just go nuclear. I'm exporting fuel, Jim. Why would I go nuclear when I export fuel? Also, the nuclear is a gigantic tech tree in this game. This is so bad. Oh, nice. Just harvest the energy of the simulation. What does that mean? Okay. Gonna have a little bit of a traffic jam here for a second, but it should be okay. I don't know how many freaking trucks we ended up parking, but a lot of these are export trucks. But you know what? I'm gonna let everything stabilize over here. Let us produce a good amount of fuel here to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And then we'll work on our fuel exports here, just to get it right. That one's still waiting, but it should have, there we go. There you are. Cool. Oh. We're still exporting over there. Are we generating power? We're generating power. So we can take this and we can switch it back to export. There we go. Perfect. We have an oil power plant up there that's tapped right into the wells. Can you make cargo bicycles as a backup? No bikes in this game, no. That's kind of a shame because bicycles would be... Yeah, that would be a good idea. It looks like all the power lines are finished. Nice, so we can start planning out this city. Cool, we can start expanding Al Galin. In the meantime, let's go check out what's going on over here in the Central Valley. Really wish that truck noise would stop. There we go. So, I'm demolishing a road here. We're demolishing this road so we can expand the highway. I'm expanding the highway and I'm expanding the train tracks because in the Central Valley here, we're going to start farming. I need to make the tracks go down here and get attached to the grain silo. The reason why is because what we can do from there is take the grain by a train, then we could make some kind of drop off up here and make a food factory. We could create a spur line right here and hollow out a little bit of this canyon, put a food factory there and have people work there. Can you put a gas station on the export loop so it always gets fuel first? I could, yeah. What I finished last week was building out the right of way for the tracks. I want tracks to be able to get here. We're trying to connect this whole place up by a train. Trains and highways, which is, yeah, important. Now over here in Aribi, Aribi is our new city. We came up with a small design here for the city and we told them to start making it. At least start making the roads. This is enough here to be able to keep that thing running for a long period of time. Of course, we have 2 skyscrapers. There's 2 Nipro flats right there. And then we have 3 of the high-quality prefabs there. We have schools, bus stop, gas station, fire station, kindergarten, school, leisure, swimming pool. We got everything here. And I told them to start making it. We got an electricity problem. This is back in Al Gharawi. Is the power plant? What? Okay. All right, that problem will fix itself in a second. It seems like everything is gassed up and good to go here, which is good. Hey, Dread, 42 months. Yeah, there's a supermarket over there, too. The air is dry and the sky is hot, but dear comrade, this wall is the greatest of walls. Now watch. They're gonna finish that connection right here and these streetlights should turn on. Ding. Hey, there we go. Heck yeah. All right. You know what I noticed? We're probably going to need a substation over here. Even just a small one. What I'm doing here is building out all the infrastructure for a big city over here. I need a city that's going to operate at least another refinery. We have a big enough oil field out here to build out our oil infrastructure something fierce. Just gotta do it. Maybe we should build it out to a switch as well. I've noticed that I probably should have put another substation right here. All right, let's do this way. That should be adequate, but we also got to be careful that we're gonna have to scale. This city is gonna be huge. It's gonna be the biggest city that I've made by a pretty significant margin if we get this thing all built how I want to. So yeah, we're gonna have to be careful with this. Gotta make enough money first. Well, we're back on the positive side for the dollar. The other thing that we have going in Nader over here. Why is stuff out of fuel? What the actual frick? Why did everything run out of gas all of a sudden? I don't understand. Dude, you have one job. Stand. Suck. So bad. Yeah, why is everything completely out of fuel? I don't get it. What's the reasoning for this running out of fuel? The loan. Oh, no, it can't be. I refinanced and we ended up... Yeah, I had to refinance, so we had 0 there for a little bit, didn't we? I think. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Maybe we need more distro over here. All right, fine. Here, take that. Put that truck there. Take that. Put that truck there, and then add that, and that to distro. We just tripled our capacity there. There we go. Yeah, I'm aware the train is waiting too long. That happens when we run out of fuel. The reason is war. Yes. All right, that should fix that over there. The incinerator's doing fine. That's good. All right, cool. Let's move on to our next fiasco. Road cleared yet? Getting there, though. 100%. We need to tell them to start loading that dump right there. There we go. Cool. Now they'll empty the rest of this. How's the road looking? Road's coming along good. Maybe your fuel station infrastructure is at its limits and one gas station run out of fuel. Vehicles drive further to get fuel, which burns out more fuel. That sounds right. Oh, Tan, yeah, I'd say that that's probably accurate. That sucks because, yeah, that's going to cost us. But, oh, no. That's it? It set the basketball court on fire and that's it? Nope. No, I am. Earthquake report, magnitude 4.2. That is little girl's earthquake. What is flammable on a basketball court? You know what? I don't want to know what they used to make that all systems. It said on the work report that it was gravel and some concrete, but that's what the work report said. That's all I'm saying. The nets? But yes. Yeah, Yudi, that's... yeah. That's pretty much what's going on. Yeah, our unemployment rate's gonna go up pretty hard here. Oh, hey, new flat. Yeah, XJ, yeah, you're not wrong. How'd you get EJ to make KSP3? I don't think we'll ever see another Kerbal game ever again, Yudi. Damn you, Graphite. Yeah, right. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, once we get this farm going, start growing crops, we could at least initially export some, and yeah, we could export crops or build out a food factory in Nader to start exporting food. That would be quite useful. I don't know where the heck that's all gonna go. Nader's in a valley, it's kind of difficult. But once again, the building a little spur line right here might not be the worst idea. I need to have them finish getting that gravel road out of there so I can expand the highway and the train tracks so we can start building out the farm. In fact, we could probably tell them to start building out the farm now, but... oh. Research program for pipeline pressure is finished. That's good. What do we want to do next? Oh, we can get the pipeline connection. Hell yeah. That could be very, very useful. I could make a pipeline out so we wouldn't need trucks. We could just export fuel or bitumen right out. That's actually... that's actually a pretty good idea. In terms of straight research, though, what should we do? Get the steel mill. You get the steel mill up. Anything that's blue, we could get done. We actually do have a good deal of this stuff done. Airport infrastructure for runways and taxiways. Oh, perfect. I actually have a worker's question. How the frick do I get a track layer before I have tracks? You need to buy a disassembled AGMU from an Eastern Bloc station and then truck it to the railroad depot. It has to be disassembled, Wolfie, or else it won't let you move it. You know what? Let's get an introduction to broadcasting. Let's do that. Yeah, so go over here like this, right? Go here, go there, click that, disassembled. Very important. Has to be disassembled if you don't have a track connection. Take the truck, take a flatbed truck that has the weight capacity to move that thing. It's 9 tons, shouldn't be much. And just tell it to drop it off at the railroad construction office and you should be good. Yeah, gotta make sure your truck is within limits though, the weight limits. If it's not within the weight limits, you got a problem. You're gonna have a problem. Learned that the hard way. Spent 200,000 rubles before I found I had the right one. Yeah, Raspberry, yeah. I'm getting good enough at this game where I'm dangerous, but I still don't know everything. I'm very, very much losing, like hemorrhaging money. So, getting better at it. It's just, yeah, not the best. You have the 30-ton mark? Yeah, you should be fine. The flatbed with the lowboy trailer is the best one in the game. The Mack R series or the F series. F series are the cab overs. R series are the not cab over Macks. So yeah, well, first order of business I think would be getting the supermarket up, and then get. Actually, the school would probably be. I mean, we can do all of it. It doesn't matter. I have the construction stuff to get this done. I don't know, Dead Scum. When you start moving resources from corner to corner of the map, I would recommend looking into containerization. Yeah, might not be the worst idea. I cannot believe how much we are how quickly we're hemorrhaging rubles. It's ridiculous. Where is all of it going? My fuel. It's fuel costs. Fuel costs are killing me. It's over here. I know it's over here. Why aren't my trains getting fuel? Just go. Just go a little bit. We're probably taking a heavy hit on fuel costs, though, because we're replenishing everything here. Yeah. Get out and push train, Ivan. What are you doing? You Control C to send them back to the depot? Oh. How do we get them the fuel that they need? Have you ever looked into cable cars? I've never messed with them, no. The fuel station is fueled. Yeah, fuel station is fueled and station is fueled. I don't know what's going on. Where's the third train? Oh, it's coming up the tracks. It's probably because the worker train and the other train is there. Just, yeah, we'll give it a second. Because it can just go right out there, get the fuel, and then go right down. Whatever. Yeah, like I said, I inherited a poop sandwich here. It's never been a problem before, Sig. Hey, we're making money from tourism. Nice. Are my signals directional coming out of here? Nope, both omnidirectional, meaning you should just be able to go out of the left entrance here, but it goes out of the right entrance. There's never a fixed time on the end station. Doesn't make sense for this type of line. Just get fuel and get back. Tourism, tourism, nice. All right. Okay. We are back in business. It's annoying because there's a fourth vehicle that's just completely glitched in there, but train is so broken. Okay, I think we've righted the ship as best as we can. Yeah, I have locomotive number 2, which is glitched in here for whatever reason. What temp is it in the garage? 70 degrees? Warm here in the UK. It's 70 degrees at 55. That's fine. It's perfect in here, actually. Yeah, the heat wave kind of subsided for a little bit. It was nasty there for a second, Bearlicious. There was just days that I was just like... No, not even close. Try to see if we can get more clothing export. Tourism is working. Wow. Tourism is working? That hotel is full. Well, it was. Holy crap. I mean, to break even, we need to make 68 grand per month to just break even on paying back that stupid freaking loan. But we could still borrow more if we need to. I mean, that's not going to be good. It's just compounding debt at the end of the day. Can you bring in tourists via train? I could set one of the trains to do it, sure. I just don't think we need to. That was the city's old name. Akmenah! What about party headquarters? Pipeline with Western countries or pipeline with Soviet? Well, we'd want pipeline with Western first. Compounding like America? Yeah. But see, our money in real life meat bag is based off of, paying, confidence. It's based off of confidence. Money in this is actual money. It's 1971. It's actual money, not monopoly money. know what I'm saying? Get that bitumen truck going. Yo, Dre, what's up, man? How you doing? Electricity's built up here. I think I'm gonna make a pipeline basically run. Make a pipeline run up the highway. How far can we do pipes without a pumping station? Okay. Okay, the traffic jam will be subsided momentarily. Oh, that clothes export right there will definitely help. Guy's got 14 and a half G's. Heck yeah, man. All right. You do get extra range from that piping research. I do believe I just got it unlocked. Yeah, we have pipeline pressure. So we can go about 1,500 feet. That's... Actually, it was like 1,800 feet. That's a little over 500 meters, I think. Fox, what's up? EAG in chat. Which first-person train driving game was it where you had to do a lot of shunting for contracts? Oh, that was Derail. Derail has steam locomotives in it. This Derail Valley, dude. It's a good game. Weird. I don't know why we don't have any electricity set up here, but sometimes it do be like that. There we go. Cool. Now this should all be powered up, which would be good. We got that substation over here. I don't know, but we powered it. I see rubles going up. I hope the problem has been solved. That clothes definitely helped me. We might actually break even. Once again, remember, our loan interest and principal is 68,652 compounded. So that number needs to be plus 68 by the end of the month. If it's not, we didn't make any money. We're 38 into the green. We need that to be 68. We need to make 30 G's more of stuff. And a lot of that was me picking up some clothes export that I had up here. I told this guy to pull clothes from there because I was sitting on a stockpile of them. This clothing factory is providing clothes for all down there for Nader though too, so we got to be careful. We are making good money off tourism, though. We could bring tourists in by train if we want to as well. Yeah, I think my big mistake was not building out this side. I focused on the other two too much. I should have done this from the start. But yeah, what are you gonna do? What's our dollar payment? 50. That's got to go above 50 every month. I think we'll make it with the oil exports that we have. We get this up and running, you know, and then get that refinery up and running. I mean, I'm financing all of this on the dollar anyway, dudes. All this city construction here is basically designed to generate rubles for us, but it's all built. I'm financing it on the profits at 154,000 that we make off of the dollar. And then my solar is just exporting electricity straight up as much as possible. Money's going up. Gonna exploit some workers, mess with some resources maybe? Gonna cry? Let's start going over here like this. Wait, taxiway tool. Boom! Yeah, baby. Okay, the reason why I did that is because I'm going to build a power plant over here. We're going to build out an oil power plant. Then, if I'm doing this right, we're going to need another pump. Get rid of that for a second. Because I need crude oil. So liquids. There we go. And now let's go over here. Electricity. We're gonna need gas power plant. Oh, that's a little bit of a bigger footprint than I thought. But we could put it right next to it, and then we just gotta run plumbing over there. Put them right next to each other, and then a fire station would probably be a good idea over here as well. Power plant, power everything. We can, and then export as well. Should be good. Toilet bowl, blah, 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 down the drain. Like my hopes and dreams. Actually, we're gonna need to deal with the outputs from the refinery. Not entirely sure that that's a good idea, putting that there. I'll think about it. Because this thing is gonna need outputs, and I think I set up over here to do that. But I did split the line, which is good. There we go. That's gonna get me my pumping capacity back. How the road's coming. Okay. This road picked up yet? 1 ton. There's 1 ton. This road can get out of the way. Good. I just need 1 vehicle. Come on, go and get it. Get the poo-poo out of there. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. And then we build nice, glorious right of way for highway. Glorious highway. Very nice. All right. Now what we'll do... Let's find another city to destroy, recruit. I have nice new house for you, a new flat. Very nice, better than this place. Indoor plumbing, running water, grocery store across street. You go to university. It doesn't matter if only you only know how to use plow. It'll be fine. I'm totally not going to bulldoze your city. This is for your well-being. Because, you know, the government always has your best interests at heart, right? That is what we wrote when, you know, you gave us power. We said that we will do that. Remember that one time? Here, move now or you die. We will repurpose your city for port. What's this, Phil? The 2 SBM satellites in Falcon 9 with some debris? Uh-oh. Ugh. That's not ideal. You think the SBM sats croaked? I need fuel export 1. We need another truck for export 1, not export 2. This is my pool, the motor pool of oil exporting vehicles. The thread says it might just be ice. If they were passivating the stage, sure, but I don't think they would do that so close to the satellites, but it's possible. First thought is that sensor line, but I thought they removed all of those. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, That was my assumption, dude. Interesting. Okay, the road, let's pause for a second for station identification. Cool. Real quick, I just got to flatten this out because we got to make a right of way for the tracks. The tracks are on this grid line right here, so. But we also got to be careful because the, you know, the highway is going to be right next to them. So we got to make sure we do this right. Okay. Yeah, just as I thought, it doesn't like it. Always sculpted by hand. Probably an easier way to do this, but let's see if we can, you know, do some sculpting out here next to the road. And it seems like that right there was just the threshold for it. So if we, let's see what happens if we get our taxiway tool out, for instance. Bulldozer. Okay. Okay. I don't want a steep grade for these train tracks. Trains don't like going down hills. That's you know, the metal wheel on a metal track. Doesn't make a lot of friction. You get very low, what's called rolling resistance. So trains don't like hills. That's what you got to know. They don't like the hills. The hills is bad. The hills is bad for the train. Okay. Hey Ashley, I'm going back on campus in a few weeks. Let me know when you visit the McAuliffe Center. Oh, okay, Ashley. Yeah. Heck yeah. Okay, didn't like that. It doesn't like that road like that. We gotta... doesn't want that curve. Alright, so here's how we'll do it instead. Right, we do it like that. Go. And then we remove the bend. This game likes three-way intersections for doing complicated stuff. That's just kind of how she goes. Good though. There. We have the plan right away for our tracks. Now we just need the highway. Get rid of these damn trees. I hate nature. Go away. I hate nature. I'm not afraid of the dark. I love the dark. I love the dark, but I hate nature. I hate nature. Cool thing about this is that, you know, like a lot of other city builders, you can do terraforming while the game's paused. That's actually very nice. I wonder if it'll let us use the runway tool now. Nope. Just gonna have to do it manually. Hey guys, two things for anybody that's still out there that's watching. I know a lot of people go to bed and it's Monday, etc., etc. Not everybody's staying up on a Monday night. Two questions, or two things. First of all, thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoy Workers and Resources. I love this game. I could play this game probably for about 10 to 12 hours every day. We wouldn't need to do Space News anything else. The problem is that most people hate this game. I don't know why. It's probably one of those cases where it's not really that fun of a game to watch if you don't understand what's going on because it's so complicated. That I can understand. Now, with that all being said, because you're here and you stuck with me throughout this whole stream despite my bull crap today, anybody be interested in playing Satisfactory for After Hours tomorrow? I'm asking you guys because, well, I think that's a pretty fair reward for staying with me. Thank you. I'll ask you guys. All right.
Discovery, go
Oh,
and
look,
throttle
my
up.
sub is a year and 100 months old. Isn't he adorable? It's beautiful. Beautiful, Red 8. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, alright, cool. That's what we do. That's what we will do tomorrow for After Hours. There's going to be a little bit of a dip in the road where the train tracks start to go down, but that's okay. Cool. Fly out for After Hours on Thursdays because airplanes. I'll think about it. Maybe. Nice. There we go. I only want him to make one line. The railroad builder, just make, I'm commissioning him to make one set of tracks. We'll make the other one later. There we go. Excellent. Good. So that thing will just logically build out all the way to the farms. Hey, we almost made enough money. The clothing factory, yeah, baby. The game is amazing, O10. It's honestly one of my really big favorite games. I'm super bummed that people don't like it. Like when I first played this, I'm like, man, you know, all the people that didn't like Cities, all the people that didn't like City Skylines 2 and thought it was too easy, they're gonna love this game. And then when I went to play it, nobody came with, which sucks. So I kind of had to just move it to After Hours, which, yeah, it is what it is, man. Freaking love this game, dude. Maybe Cities 2 killed the momentum. Possible. Let's go check on Corvarud. Or Aribi is the name of this city now. Hey, we got the lights on. Yeah, Basti, it's amazing. Satisfactory I don't like personally. I get the appeal to others, but me it feels like a sugar sweet fluff of a factory builder. Way too janky for my taste. Oh, you should see what I do in that game, O10. I'm not I'm not saying you'll like the game after you see me play it, but so to overcome, I get it. It's kind of not the hardest game to play, to be 100% real. It ain't Factorio, right? But it's not trying to be Factorio. But also at the same time, I try to make it a little bit more difficult because the scale that I build at insane scale and Satisfactory. Like, we're not making like, hey, cranks out one thing every once in a while. I build at insane scale. Yeah, you maybe you'd like it. I don't know, dude. Give it a shot. Like I said, I try not to run the conventional, like any game that I play, dude. I don't want to play it like everybody else. That's so boring. Like, I don't want to do that. So I find creative ways and fun challenges to do in the game, you know? Sometimes I don't want to watch city building. That's fair. Cirrus is good people, RJ. But yeah, Cirrus hasn't been around in a little bit. He got a job working for a company you might like. Can't say which one though. RJ, do you know if he wants you going around telling people that? Do you know? Careful with that, man. That's not your information to tell people. How's the foreign debt going? On the dollar, it's going okay, Necro. On the ruble, it's not going the worst. You know the secrets. Just because you know doesn't need... Never mind. Read the room next time, man. Jeez. I don't know if Cirrus wants people knowing that. You know what I mean? It's probably not a big deal, but you know, you don't want to. You don't want to. What's the right way to say that? You don't want to figure out the hard way whether it's okay or not, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, that second one. Did we unlock pipeline pumping pressure? All right, that's what we unlocked. The reason why I bring it up is because we should run a pipeline. We should run a foreign pipeline connection out here and then start pumping. We should run 2 lines out here and start pumping fuel and bitumen out, but also have our own reserve. The refinery is cooking though. Heck yeah, man. Did we ever get the second pumping station back up? Yes, we... Oh, almost done. I'm starting to move trucks to my new construction areas over here. I think that was all of them. Ooh, a desert city. Are we in Baikonur? I don't know if this is supposed to be Baikonur or not, but it kind of does look like it, but I don't think it is. But yeah, it is my Desert Republic. It's very nice Desert Republic. The reason why I'm moving everything over here is because I want I'm gonna start putting these construction facilities on auto detect, and I want them to auto detect building this. I'm just curious to see what happens. A couple of viewers were telling me that auto detect is way better in 1.0 than it was in previous games, so that's what I'm gonna do. Now we're going to go into Corvarude construction, and then we're going to assign more construction offices. Fire station isn't ready yet. Well, the only active fire station is over there. So I'm gonna tell that guy to get personnel for the repair depot, so we can start repairing everything. Every one of my municipal buildings is within range of that large repair depot, and it's already been restocked, which is good. And I'm just gonna have these guys auto detect and have them build it. Just green light the whole damn thing. Except for that. You know what? Take everything but buildings off right now. Good. I moved all the dump trucks over here. Then what we're gonna do is go back over here to this construction depot. Move the cranes and everything over here. All right, we'll see how the chips fall from there. All right. Why don't you want buildings? I want them to build out all the roads first. All the roads and all the footpath first. And then start buildings when I say, unless otherwise noted. The higher priority is the gas station. We got to get that up and running. A fire destroyed a building. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. And then for the distro, I'm gonna go down here like this. I built a distribution depot over there. I'm gonna copy all the tasks down to that distribution and then change the workplace for all vehicles to here. That should have the same stuff. Good to go. All right, cool. There's a distro office right here. Electricity problem. Okay, that's no big deal. That's an old construction labor office. We don't need that anymore. There's a repair depot over here. And that depot is still repairing stuff, okay. None of these should have any cars in them. Cool. Yeah, Necro, I want to build out all the footpaths and everything. And then as we go, I'll just assign one or two buildings here and there. But yeah, some of these buildings you have to build the roads to before you can start construction. That's, yeah, it's kind of important. I just assigned everything that I could to these construction depots, and I'll see where that gets us. We're gonna default if we don't refinance. I gotta refinance, guys. Maybe we can hold out a little bit longer. We'll see. Yeah, O10, exactly. I assigned the gas station. Can you convert some of your dollars to rubles? If you buy resources on the dollar and then sell it on the ruble, Varkor, yeah, of course you can. That is like an absolute fallback that we could do if I needed to, but it wouldn't be much. But yeah, I have a NATO border right here in Warsaw Pact there, so we could exchange. You can only exchange on goods, you can't exchange on currency, which, yeah, I understand why they did that way. How's things going up here? Oh gosh, kill it now. Okay. A Corvette on 33s. All right. In order to be profitable on the ruble, our monthly payment is 68.9. We need to be higher than that. If I can get my ruble up above that, we should be good. Dollar is well in the clear. We're 50 G's. I'm not sure that number's going to get that high, but... we need more workers. That should be enough. Mass relocation. We need to stimulate the job market. That was a weird choice of words. Don't you need workers over there too? No, Varkor, not over here. These guys are just living in that village doing nothing. I'm probably going to demolish that village anyway. We don't... I think I... oh, yeah. People did move in down there. Why does the village exist yet? Then, why does it exist? Oh, because it was pre-made. These were all villages that were already in the game. Go. Pave that last stretch of highway. I won't use that bulldozer for a little bit. And then I'll have them start working on the bridges. I'm not sure. I need the highway to kind of go this way and then cross the river. We might need to bulldoze these, relocate these people. Pythos! Hey! 61 months. Thank you. How many are past Terralingo? I don't know. Unmarked graves. Couldn't tell you. I want them to fill up that gas station instead. Hey, John Football, John Madden, John Football. We got a little stressful on your day off. Money, not a lot of money. I mean, we're green across the board, which is actually pretty good. It's just, we're green on the ruble, but we're not, that's not gonna last very long. I was thinking, wouldn't Microsoft Flight Simulator make the most sense on a Wednesday since Wings Wednesday? I really don't want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator, dude. Like, I'll be honest with you, I kind of have an issue with it because they said Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 would be the last flight sim you ever have to buy. And yet 4 years later, here we are going, yep, everybody needs Flight Sim 2024. I'm kind of not okay with that. Does that make sense, dude? Satisfactory, we'll play for after hours tomorrow, Hibbit. I already asked chat if they wanted to do that. We got to refinance. Let's put it at 3 years, because let's be real. I'm going to refinance this again later. 1519922. Ooh. We'll refinance again later, so... Oh, wait, no, the interest rate. I'm an idiot. Pay that one off right now. 1998375. Turn. Yeah, that'll get our payments down-ish. Cool. What do you think of Overture's cockpit? I think it's cool, and I think that it's cool that they let Concorde pilots fly the thing, or test fly the thing. I think that's super neat. Yeah, we're financing all this while we're making money, which is pretty rad. That's really cool, actually. Good for us. And actually, what I think would be a good idea would be to buy a couple of those. Buy all of them. Those are Mercedes buses. They're nice. Mars in game is Mercedes. They're fast. They're very fast, and they hold a lot of people. Good for construction labor. Look at that. Almost got the lit road, man. We need more labor. So yeah, you gotta just pin the window. I'm gonna move this entire town into that freaking office building. Or the, that flat. We're gonna move the whole thing. You know what? I'll leave some people there. That should be enough. I mean, it's a nice place to live, to be honest. There. Yeah, now she's all filled up. Sounds like Whittier. Yeah, right. That one building. That's the whole freaking building is. I just want to get more people on that clothes production line. The whole building, the whole town is just one building. I've moved the entire town into that prefab. Cool. I have forcefully relocated. The whole town is only accessible by land from a single lane tunnel. Yikes. It's also the longest tunnel in North America. Damn, dude. There's my Maz buses. All right, dude. Of course, another tunnel collapsed about a year after that big quake we had in Anchorage, the quake that broke my desk. Nice. The Creation Mobile has arrived. Hello? Yeah, we need that gas station working. Like now. Cool. Oh, they didn't need to go and make those. Oh, that wasn't finished. That's why I freaking... Yeah, I suck at auto detect. Have you made an overture in KSP? No, I have not. Always be switching, dudes. Always. Man, if I could, you know, put this thing in the right spot, that would be like super helpful, you know? Those footpaths are so we can just get sewage going. And then we have connection to a Stalinator down there. I'll pave the road later. Hey, Geyser, what's going on, man? Yeah, dude, can you imagine this city? Aribi, I was going to build like pedals, either one, and can you imagine each one of them having this? This would end up being like a 25,000 person city. It'd be awesome. Right now, though, these people are going to have a hell of a view. It's a pretty good view. Where are the workers for that gas station? Gas station doesn't require workers. Except if they're... Yeah, gas station is high priority. There they are. Hey, that tourism income is going up. I might want to build a bigger hotel, huh? Build one right off the train station. Build a tourism area up here. It's not a bad idea. Good. Now, if I could only get that. I was gonna say, if we could only get the frickin' clothing factory to start doing its thing, then we'd be good. Are we there yet? No! I think that had access to everything. Cool. So what we can do is that, and then that has access to the grocery store, the bus station, school, clinic, everything. The only thing it doesn't have access to is the movie theater down there. Oh, the sewage trucks. Sewage trucks ran out of gas. Yeah, that almost was bad. Good. Where are we actually going? Going places. We're going places. I need more labor to keep that refinery operational. We need 500 people in there all the time. I gotta go to the bathroom, Daddy. Not now, damn it. Truck tire. Nice. They're gonna turn the gas station on here. Hey, Duel. Thanks for the raid, man.
This is space. I'm in space.
Thanks, dude. Dude, once we get the depot unlocked here, I could pipe this right to the train, or we could make a pipe straight. I mean, we actually might be able to just straight pipe it out. Barcor has been spreading Western propaganda. I cannot have this. Face the wall. Please, comrade, face wall. All right, we're doing good here. Things are actually shaping up okay, but we're approaching 11 o'clock, dudes. I gotta hit the sack. Actually, don't get it. I got a meeting. So, all right, dudes. I will see you guys for after hour, or not after hours. I will see you guys tomorrow at noontime. We'll keep going with Dart's arrow shell. Hopefully, I'll be a little more with it. With it would probably be the right way to say that. And so we got Kerbal, Space News, and Satisfactory for after hours. Should be pretty good. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Do appreciate everybody. Yeah, we're going to try to get back into the groove here, man. You know, get back into the groove. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good night. Thank you for everybody that watched on YouTube. Love you guys. Appreciate it. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you.